All right. Hey, guys. All right, later, Night Shield. Hello, everybody. How's it going? What's up? It's time to do a little more research for the week. Hey, let's go through the list of names. All right. Hello, Commander Dart, Speedy Alta 4, Generic Mime Toadter, Night Shield, Unreal Draggy, Azure Miyamoto, Lost, Night Shield, Metal Dragon, Orion Wolf, and Crocodilius. How's it going, everybody? Oh, and Rex 227. What's up? How's everybody doing today? And Swordsman, I did see you in there, as well as Michi. Looking at declassified documents. Yes, yes, yes. We are gonna read through this. I'm doing research on this week's video, which is going to be... We're going to be looking at the F-15 for this week's video. So I'm I'm trying to figure out how the origin story really works, because there's always a lot of conversation. It's like, there's like the Reformers had some hand in it. Fuck those guys, by the way. People think the Reformers had some hand in it. People think it was like learned from the lessons of Vietnam. Some people think it was as a result of the MiG-25. Turns out it's a combination of all three of them. And apparently the Fighter Mafia gets mentioned in here somewhere. So when we get to that part, I am grabbing bourbon because I will need to be max. Actually, you know what? I should probably grab the bourbon now so it is time to sit in, because I want to be at maximum smartass for when John Boyd finally comes up in this damn paper. Excellent idea. Hello, Shades. Actually, Shades, I'm going to put it in the cup you gave me, because this cup is exclusively for spicy things. Let me finish off this Gamer Sups. I got some decaf Gamer Sups. Webby sent me some Just Melon, caffeine-free. And I've got my first waifu cup. I've got Giga on my cup. Fun fact, the first biplane is the reason why the F-15 was made. I'm gonna need you to elaborate on that, because that's wild duality. That's wild, Michi. You gotta make shit claims like that, I'm gonna need a source, my guy, because I want to put something like that in the video if it's true. All right. I love that kind of logic. Yeah. Fairly sure that went right up over his head. Probably did. Plane flew, therefore it caused the... Alright, fair enough. Alright, I get it. But the F-15... The F-15 exists because it was inevitable. The F-15 is just Thanos. The F-15... The 15 exists because physics must be damned. This is America. We don't make sense. We make dollars. Oh, there we go. Lockmart over the intercom. Reminder to our customers. Yes, everybody, Lockmart PSA. Reminder to our customers, please do not shoplift. Our goods are chipped and tracked by security. If you don't want a mock Jesus telephone pole to be violating you so badly you won't be able to hear the rocket before it hits you, please refrain from shoplifting. Thank you. Basically extending how the XB-25 is the reason for the F-15 being made, MiG-25 being made against XB-50, F-15 made against MiG-25. Yeah. XB-70, yeah, okay, that's what I thought. There we go, that makes sense. But yes, it is time for new meme format. F-15 exists because, yes, please make that. I want to see those. Please see those. Well, you were playing F-14s in a constant up tier because everybody's playing top tier right now. Canada almost went with the F-15s. The amount of things we could have gotten off the checklist with the F-15. Yeah. Subslice, how's it going? What's up, Crimson? We're going to be looking at some declassified documents, specifically the origins and development of the F-15, which is the subject of this week's video. Real quick, just plowing through the rest of my gamer subs, and then I'm going to grab me some bourbon, because we got to make fun of some reformers in here somewhere. That's a first rate. I'm getting ready to move. I'm packing to get ready to move, and then so I'm finding a lot of stuff. And I found a silver plate pie server that I just threw, and it actually stuck into the wall of the garage. So I'm a little bit amused and also slightly scared of myself that I'm still this good at throwing things. Even on a down tier, you can't get the damn Phoenixes to remain on target because the damn radar is track while scan head on. Oof. F-15 exists because Big Bang happens in the background. In the beginning, God created the heavens of the F-15, and he saw that it was good. I thought I wasn't streaming till later. I changed plans. I was supposed to be, no, I'm not. I was reading Shades. I was reading Shades' message. What was I thinking? Yes, I was going to be streaming later. And the, yeah, I decided because I was researching this and I found this and I was like, this would be perfect. Also, I get to make fun of the reformers with my chat. This is perfect. I'm going to postpone Monster Hunter Rise to next week, and we're going to do this now. Because I need to get this video out this week, and that would mean that I have to read this regardless. So, reading it with you guys makes more sense. And I think it'll be more fun. I mean, we're already coming up with memes that the F-15 exists because it was inevitable. The F-15 is just Thanos. F-15 does not. No. Hi. Hello, Corrupted. Hello, Twisty. What's up? And then God made the F-22 and it tried to fight him, so he wanted to give it to the Marines. What? For surprise slice streams, I only noticed it because you said you were streaming on Discord. Yeah. I'm really glad those rules are actually set up. Those help. Those really help. Yeah. All right. So, I have now cleared down my gamer subs. F7, 8, F9. Oh. That's bad. All right. I have now cleared the gamer subs. It is time for the bourbon, and we will start reading. I'm going to grab that, and I will be right back. Please come up with more F-15 memes. I suppose that works. For now. F-15 exists because C's Russian bias. We wanted to show them how to do it properly. Communist cries in the background. F-15 exists because God hated the dinosaurs. Did you see that the J-15 had an engine malfunction and a near perfectly vertical stall that the pilot barely managed to eject from? The F-15 or the J-15? Like Chinese. F-15 exists in spite of Isaac Newton. F-15 exists because the USSR did what is known as, you weren't supposed to do that, and that being that they actually scared the US. F-15 exists because the commies couldn't do it right the first time. F-15 exists because communism shouldn't. It was a Chinese J-15. Okay, which one's the J-15 again? One of the Russian engines they have inside of their fighter craft failed. Ooh, hold up. Hold on. What is the J-15? Oh, it's one of the things it's based on. Looks like the Su-30. Some engineer in Douglas saw a bumblebee flying and had a bright idea. If a bee, which by all accounts and laws of nature should not be able to fly due to its body being too fat and its wings being too small, then it must be possible to turn a brick into a flying object. Thrust to weight, just spit in the face of gravity. The F-15 exists because side-eyes gravity. Someone told me I couldn't do them sideways. F-15 exists to make Politburo members fear for their lives. Yeah, they did do that with the Phantom too, but they did it better with the Eagle. You know what? I feel like I just need to... At this point, McDonnell Douglas's specialty is making thrust bricks. It really is. Oh, man. This has to be the best meme format. It is. We're gonna turn this into something. God, I might need to make a Reddit. I might need to actually start being active on Reddit just to make these memes go places. Sir Isaac Newton, I have just discovered the laws of physics. F-15. We're just gonna have to test those now, aren't we? The F-15 exists to beat the ever-living shit out of gravity, Doom style. Don't do that to myself, probably won't. But I don't know where else I'm going to be able to post my memes that are going to make them go wild. I would like them to go wild. That'd be cool. I just don't know where we'd put them. I need some insert and put on that. It's driving you insane? Yeah, it looks like it should be like a drop, like a small armed cargo ship. Is that a drop? Is that supposed to be like a drop ship? I'm not sure what input you are looking for, per se. Is this a fighter? F-15 exists because fuel needs to burn. F-15 exists because the US didn't have anything angry enough to make the USSR need new pants. Gravity and aerodynamics looking at each other. Why do I hear boss music? Ooh. Small Swick dropship that was rustling guns and thin-skinned. I'll have to get back to you on that one. I'm gonna have to get back to you on that one because that requires brain power that I need right here. On this document, the F-15 Eagle, Origins and Development, 1964 to 1972, apparently declassified by the Air Force in 2008. We got an evil cackling, keep going. F-15 engine goes out, second health bar appears. Hey, Aquilux. The F-15 doesn't exist as an inevitable consequence of the universe. The universe exists because the F-15 wanted something to insult. Oh my god. What a line to open up with the first chat. Damn, we're starting to get existential levels of holy shit. The F-15 is just the airplane Chuck Norris. Oh my god. Don't stop, these are gold. I know, right? All right, here's your hydrate reading. F-15 exists because someone told us we couldn't make Doom Guy real. Oh shit. Gold-plated F-15. The F-15 is the best way to dissolve a Soviet Union state. Do you think God stays in heaven because he is afraid of his own creations? Looks at F-15. And sees F-15 sees dinosaurs. I can burn you. Oh my god. Dinosaurs didn't die because of a natural meteorite, and F-15 went back in time and shot one off course with an ASM-135 so that it could have fuel to burn now. The F-15 in heaven, God. Oh my God, that KD record. Welcome to heaven. There were dragons, and then an F-15 came through the portal. So that's where those went. You'll see two blings. The bling of the gold F-15 and the harm going to your dough. Needs to be a complete video. I want a video of only F-15 jokes. Oh, that's great. That's great. Oh, man. All right, we are half an hour in. There's a reason why pagan gods aren't around anymore. It's called the F-22. F-15 sees a target-rich environment. I can milk you. Dear God. On that note, I'm going to start reading. All right, by Jacob Neufeld, November 1974. All right. Here we go. F-15 exists. The rest of the world, we worship you. This account of the Air Force's efforts to acquire a new air superiority fighter covers events going back to 1964, a time when the F-111 was entering the inventory. The latter was visualized by some as complementing and eventually replacing the F-105 and F-4C as the mainstay of USAF fighter forces. A decade ago, the U.S. Air Force had also under development a smaller tactical fighter, the F-5, which rolled off the assembly line in time to begin combat testing in the Republic of Vietnam in October of 1965. The F-5 subsequently entered the Vietnamese Air Force and was also made for a sale to other countries via the Military Assistance Program. When the war in Southeast Asia escalated, particularly after air-to-air combat operations over North Vietnam increased in intensity, it became evident to the Air Force that it needed a new air superiority fighter, whereupon U.S. Air Force officials initiated studies aimed at defining such an aircraft. A lengthy concept formulation phase ensued, during which the important theory of energy maneuverability emerged. I love how they're not giving credit. I love how they're not giving credit to John Boy. It's like the important theory emerged. We're not giving credit to the guy who made it because he's a fucking dick. Also, I found this out. John Boyd didn't even invent the theory. He copied the graphs off a Douglas engineer and then slapped on a comparison between the F-4 and the MiG-21 to make it relevant. It's gonna be spicy. I'm gonna have to make a video on the reformers just to clear up how dumb these guys are. Or at the very least, arrogant. The man was nothing. He stole 90% of the math and he didn't even understand it. Yeah. And he got his reputation of being able to get around 40-second Boyd in training simulations, not even in combat. He got no kills in North Korea because he was never allowed to be a flight lead where he was allowed to shoot. Yeah, no, the reformers are so fucking stupid. Oh, yeah. All right. In 1969, after the Air Force was authorized to proceed with the project, contract definition studies got underway, industry competition followed, and by year's end, the winning contractor was selected. The Air Force's long-term interest in acquiring more advanced systems is reflected in a number of historical studies prepared by the Office of the Air Force History and its predecessor. They include the following titles: The Search for New U.S. Air Force Weapons, 1958 to 1959, by Arthur Marmer, Nuclear Propulsion for Manned Aircraft into the Program, Quest for an Advanced Manned Strategic Bomber, Development of Fixed-Wing Gunships. Okay. Okay. There's a lot of things there. All right. You're going to make the F-15 an SE? Has work on the new model started? All will come in due time. That is not something you need to worry about. Trust me, if I needed to make a delay, I would tell you. All right. So let me get this straight. A fucking pilot in Korea wasn't allowed to shoot. How bad was he? He spent a brief tour in Korea and he was always limited to the wingman position. And just like in Vietnam, Air Force policy was that only the lead was allowed to shoot. So he never got to fire on anything. But I guess he was bad enough that yeah, he never got moved forward. All right. The universe is just the carbon footprint of one giant F-15. Guys, how many F-15s do we need to equal the entire carbon footprint of the universe? The Big Bang was just an F-15 starting up. Oh my god. When the Air Force isn't willing to move you out of the wingman position, that means you ain't fucking worth it. Okay. Preface. Military aircraft seldom, if ever, leap unchanged from the drawing board to the flight line. Rather, they evolve slowly, each stage of development influenced by such diverse factors as technology, economics, politics, enemy threat, and just plain chance. These varied forces interacting, not the planner's original vision, frequently dictate the end result. That's their way of saying this was a combination of the fighter mafia, the bomber mafia, and the MiG-25 all playing its role. Or as I intend to phrase it, the Goldilocks zone of the crossroads between bureaucracy, bullshitting, and shit pants. Oh, that's that's literally how this worked. That needs to be a Venn diagram for the video. Oh my god, it does. The F-15 moves at Mach Jesus because he's been sent by God to send you to meet him for a meeting. Here at Lockmart, we've got everything you need to dominate the air, sea, land, and space. Just check out the brand new F-35 Lightning II. It's stealthier than your mom's meatloaf recipe. God. All right, the history of aircraft is studied with examples affirming this thesis. What began as a fighter evolved into an interceptor, an attack plane, into a fighter bomber, and a commercial airliner, into a military transport. The F-15 marks a turning point in that unpredictable pattern. After a false and misguided start in early 1965, the F-16 underwent a barrage of internal and external pressures that affected its final design. But because of the effort of a few men dedicated to reviving the air superiority mission, the F-15 emerged at the time of its first flight in July 1972 as nearly intact as they could have reasonably expected. That's the fun way of, that's the polite way of saying they got as much as we were going to give them and they can shut the fuck up about it. More important, in causing a re-examination of basic doctrine, the F-15 opened new issues whose ultimate impact on Air Force thought and programs must await the verdict of future historians. Here we are, boys! This is our mission! They've been waiting for us! The door's open! This study is based on the files and correspondence of the Office of the Vice Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff, Directorate's F-15 System Program Office, and the histories of the Air Staff Agencies and the Aeronautical Systems Division. Author also interviewed key Air Force and defense officials who contributed to the F-15's development. The author wishes to thank the following for granting interviews. Oh, I see a few names on here that I am not appreciating. Generals Arthur C. Agon, Albert P. Clark, Glenn A. Kent, Felix Rogers, John Burns, Edward McCoff, Roger Rodarmer, William Georgie, Colonels John Boyd, here we go, and Richard McIntosh, Messrs. Calvin Hargis, Thomas Christie, another one of the reformers, Dale Davis, Charles E. Myers, Pierre Spray, fuck that guy in particular, and Heinrich Weigand. The author is appreciative of the assistance of Mr. Herb Cheshire, Business Week reporter, who let him read interviews of some of the F-15 principals. And, okay, a lot of other names, I don't know. All right. This study traces the evolution of the F-15 Eagle air superiority fighter from its beginning in 1964 through the aircraft's first flight in July 1972. It examines the military, technological, economic, and political influences on the weapons system acquisition process. Among the more innovative elements of this research and development program were the energy maneuverability of Colonel John R. Boyd and Thomas Christie, the only valuable piece they gave this project, a contractual arrangement loosely billed as the fly before buy philosophy, and the definite Air Force commitment to building the aircraft that first manifest in the appointment of Brigadier General Roger K. Rodarmer as the Washington F-15 spokesman, then through the support given Major General Benjamin Bellis, the F-15 Strong Program Director. The story ends with air superiority reaffirmed as a major mission, but not yet fully defined. Spray me and all my homies hate him? Yep. Cracks neck? Nah, time to make him bleed, boys. If Boyd is a bad spray, it's quite... If boy is bad, spray is quite literally like his name only coming out of the ass end of a skunk. Yeah. I will have to do a video on the reformers before I can make any video about the A-10 because that shit needs to be covered. And, frankly, at this point, I think I'd deliver more information than Laserpig. Everyone believes there are infinite universes, but there's only 104 of them. 105, we live in the only one that the F-15 deemed worthy. Incinerate that failed jazz musician's fucking life of lies. Here we go. Throwing shit at Laserpig? Not too much, not too much. Not too much. I just acknowledge that I watched his video on this subject matter and I found it tedious to filter through the information that he presented and his amplification of his storytelling. We'll leave it there. There was a slight imbalance. Let's see. Captain is an engineer at heart. He likes clean, concise data presented with as little fanfare as possible to a lot of things. Exactly. I'm a simple man. I like it given to me straight. All right, here is the stuff. Air superiority mission requirements phase. Here we go. Descent and decision. Oh yeah, FXX. That's the part where the fighter mafia is. We could skip right to that at some point. Let's see. All right. The roots of air superiority stem from the battlefields of World War II. In 1939 and 40, the German Stuka Panzer drive across Poland, France, and the lowlands stunned the world with its demonstration of the striking power of tactical air support. Influenced by the German example, the United States War Department Field Manual, Aviation in Support of Ground Forces, at 9 April 4, 1942, allocated aircraft resources to ground units and placed pursuit aviation under Army control. It specifically prescribed that air power's mission was to attack the most serious threat to the operations of the supported ground force. This doctrine's first combat test came during the North African campaign in the winter of 1942. Components of the 12th Air Force under 2nd Corps provided air patrol, reconnaissance, and ground support of troop landings at Casablanca and Iran. Although air power helped a few ground units to move forward, its use to achieve the immediate objectives of the ground commander failed to accelerate the progress of the overall force. More importantly, it never stopped German air attacks nor exploited such major objectives as enemy airfields and logistics. As a result of these experiences, U.S. officials attending the Casablanca Conference in January 1943 adopted a new concept on the use of air power. Modeled after the Royal Air Force's support of the British 8th Army in the Western Desert, the new arrangement centralized air resources under an air commander. The Allies then formed the Joint American and British Northwest African Air Forces, which made possible the successful Allied drive from El Alamein to Tunisia. The new doctrine, formalized by Field Manual Command and Employment of Air Power, set the pattern for the remainder of the war. It made land power and air power co-equal and interdependent forces. Neither was an auxiliary of the other. Moreover, it ranked the gaining of air superiority the first requirement for the success of any major land operation, placing this function ahead of tactical air's interdiction and close air support missions. Under this doctrine, the Allied command's heavy bombing of enemy airfield supplies and communications was consistently successful. For example, in September 1943, prior to the Allied landing of Sicily, tactical bombing and strafing destroyed more than half of the once numerically superior Axis Air Force. Gaining and maintaining air superiority smoothed the way for the land invasion and prompted Field Marshal Kesselring, the German air commander in Italy, to describe the effort as the most effective large-scale Air Force employment I have ever seen. Damn. Can someone please make an image of the F-15 as God in the painting, the creation of Adam, please? Man also has good taste, the waifu cup confirms, because Giga, hell yeah. This is inherently what makes the U.S. Armed Forces the most powerful in the world. Not that we have the best of everything, but that we learn from anybody that comes up with a good idea. It may take us a while, but we're not above looking at somebody and going, hey, that works, now I want to try some. World War II tested another theory of air power. American planners had entered the war convinced of the supremacy of the bomber. Its potential to strike decisively against an opponent's sustaining sources of military strength appeared to them as simply a matter of intelligent target selection and precision bombing. They completely discounted the possibility of tactical air interfering with or deterring bombing runs. The Battle of Britain from June 1940 to the spring of 1941 demonstrated the vulnerability of German bombers to a determined and well-executed RAF fighter defense. Rejecting British advice to conduct night operations, the Army Air Forces in 1943 launched daylight bombing raids into Germany, which were initially handicapped by a shortage of aircraft, the limited range of fighter escorts, and bad weather over the European continent. Above all, the sting of German fighters prevented effective results. American missions against Schweinfurt, Regensburg, Kiel, and other German targets incurred heavy losses, some as high as 50%. Following the second Schweinfurt raid in October 1943, the Army Air Force halted unescorted bomber penetrations. To provide long-range fighter escort, it adapted external fuel tanks, originally designed for ferrying operations for use on fighters. The range of the P-47, for example, was extended from 175 to 400 miles. Damn. But that was not until after the arrival of the P-51 at the end... but it was not until after the arrival of the P-51 at the end of 1943 that the 8th Air Force had a superior, highly maneuverable fighter which could escort bombers to almost any target in Germany. A later change in the mission of a portion of the P-51 force also had far-reaching effects. While one-third of the growing inventory of fighters provided close escort for bombers, the remaining two-thirds made offensive sweeps, pursuing and destroying enemy fighters wherever they were found. The air campaign between February and May 1944 established Allied air superiority to the point that by D-Day, General Eisenhower could assure the Normandy invasion force, if you see fighter aircraft over you, they will be ours. Wow, that's a statement. The cost of achieving and maintaining air superiority came high. Prior to June 1944, the Army Air Force lost 4,325 aircraft, 17,000 crewmen, and another 21,000 missing or captured. Makes foreshadowing reference. Good news, yes. Let's see. Bombers as well as fighters fought the battle for air superiority, with a major portion of the B-17 strikes being launched against German aircraft plants, oil refineries, and airfields. From D-Day through the end of the war, 320,000 sorties, or 25% of the total, involved air superiority. Post-war U.S. Strategic Bombing Survey, USS BS, USS Bullshit, no, measured air power's accomplishments by the extent to which they contributed to the destruction of the enemy's military strength. But of far more significance than statistics of strength and damage is the outstanding fact that the Allied air forces won the air war over Germany and obtained mastery of the skies in Europe. Hey, Bob, James May is going to be visiting your city next week. Ooh. We are looking at the origin story of the F-15. During the Korean War, commanders applied with only minor changes the tactical air lessons learned in World War II. Again, top priority was given to winning air superiority. However, a major difference between the two wars was that in Korea, the air battle proved short and sweet. During the first 2 months of Korean operations, the United States Far East forces achieved air superiority over a small and relatively weak opponent. Attacked on the ground and in the air, the North Korean Air Force lost 110 of its 132 aircraft by mid-August 1950. The second phase of the air superiority contest began in November 1950 when November of 1950 when communist Chinese MiG-15 fighters suddenly appeared in the skies over North Korea. Because political restrictions barred attacks on the Chinese bases north of the Yalu River, the Air Force concentrated on destroying all enemy airfields in North Korea. Accordingly, Thief bombers and fighters continually struck these airfields to keep them inoperative. Meanwhile, Thief deployed F-86 Sabre jets to challenge the MiG-15s in air combat. Although the two aircraft were evenly matched, the more experienced and better trained American pilots proved superior in dogfights. Patrolling and engaging the enemy fighters in MiG Alley over the Yalu, the Sabres relentlessly whittled down communist air strength during 1951 and 1952. All right, here's your hydrate redeem. Hello, Orion. Here we go. Though the enemy Air Force was never totally eliminated, the 10-to-1 kill ratio in air combat permitted Thief to maintain air superiority throughout the Korean War. Following the Korean War, President Dwight D. Eisenhower adopted a policy of nuclear deterrence that relied primarily on the Strategic Air Force and downgraded the conventional war mission of the tactical fighter aircraft. For example, the Century Series fighters, F-100 through F-111, were increasingly designed for use against strategic targets in nuclear war rather than for tactical air combat. Although air superiority remained the prerequisite for conducting any air operation, General Bruce Holloway, the Air Force Vice Chief, wrote in 1968 that plans to develop a new day fighter were continually sacrificed in favor of interceptor and fighter-bomber designs. According to the following quote, penetration was more important than maneuverability, ordnance load carrying capability more important than armament, alert status more important than sustained sortie rates. The tactical fighter became less and less an air superiority system and more what was once called an attack aircraft. Indeed, jet fighter bombers had performed so well in Korea that a 1957 study rated them just as capable in aerial combat as the day fighter. Forgetting the political and geographic limitations that shackled Thief in Korea, the Air Force continued to promote the most expeditious means of gaining air superiority. To first destroy the enemy Air Force at the place where he is most vulnerable, which is on the ground and in his nest. Major General Kinney, Assistant Deputy Chief of the Staff for Research and Development, summarized this basic strategy. To achieve air superiority, the most lucrative method is to destroy enemy air capability when it is on the ground by attacking his airfields and parked aircraft. Runways are bombed to prevent takeoffs. Airplanes are destroyed before they can be employed. Fuel and ammunition dumps, maintenance facilities, and command and control centers are attacked. Which, I must note, basically means that when the politicians put down the strategy and the rules of engagement in Vietnam that said you cannot bomb targets on the ground, they literally kneecapped the Air Force's entire core operating strategy, which is probably one of the reasons they did so poorly. Probably one of the reasons they did so poorly is because their entire modus operandi was shut down by Congress straight out of the gate. They didn't get to use their operating philosophy. They were simply told, no, you can't do it. And then they were forced to go to a fallback that they had deliberately forgotten. Suddenly it all makes sense. This is where it all started. This bullshit right here. Damn, that's annoying. That infuriates me. All right. Project Forecast, a 1963 Air Force attempt to identify future weapons requirements, had foreseen such notable developments as the C-5 and B-1 programs. Directed by General Bernard A. Shriver, Commander Air Force Systems Command, Project Forecast proved less clairvoyant regarding the future of fighters. It predicted that Air Force fighters' needs in the 1970s would be met best by the F-111 and F-4 variants, optimized for the air superiority role, and that strategic bombing from aircraft able to fly faster and higher than the enemies would ensure air superiority. Almost as an afterthought, Project Forecast added that the counter-air force must be able to destroy aircraft in the air. That was then completely ignored. And this is asterisk here at the bottom. This study did not address the issue of a new multi-purpose tactical fighter, primarily because the Office of the Secretary of Defense and the Air Force in 1962 had agreed that the latter would purchase a number of F-4Cs, a Navy-developed multi-purpose tactical fighter, pending acquisition of the newer F-111. The first F-4Cs entered the Air Force inventory in November 1963. The first F-111A rolled out from its General Dynamics plant on 15 October 1964. All right, requirements phase. Oh, this is where, hold up. I gotta hit the bathroom. I already know that Boyd is gonna have a say in this. Buckle up, buttercups. This is gonna hit. Be right back for the bathroom. I'm gonna roll some ads. All right, we're back. How's everybody doing? Get yourself a drink, get yourself something to eat, snack. Who's alive? Look alive. Who be? Who is alive? Roll call. All right. Alcohol. Doom Duke. Barely. Hey, barely is. Hey, any day above ground is a great day. But hey, Doom Duke, what's up? F-15's coming along good. Nice, nice. All right, Guinness time. Very good. Hey, thank you for the follow, Doom Duke. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Alrighty. Let's see what we got. Requirements phase. Upon becoming the air strength, ads went as bad. Get rid of rage. Yes. Oh, What is long? Okay, gotcha. Upon becoming Air Staff Director of Plans on 1 July 1964, Major General Arthur C. Agen found a great many Pentagon officials believed that the dogfight and aerial guns were relics of the romantic past and that missiles would dominate future air battles. This was certainly a view of the Army members of the Joint Staff, whose situation had greatly improved vis-a-vis the Air Force under the Kennedy administration. For example, Lieutenant General Theodore W. Parker, Army Deputy Chief of Staff for Military Operations, had questioned the effectiveness of all tactical fighter aircraft for gaining air superiority and for interdiction in future conventional wars. Parker argued that the growing advantages of surface-to-air missiles would shortly become clear and would impose unacceptable losses on fighter aircraft. General Agen disagreed. As a former World War II pilot, P-38 pilot, and group commander who flew 45 combat missions over Europe, he was convinced that high-performance fighter aircraft would survive and remain the key to successful ground operations. Unfortunately, since OSD had authorized the Air Force to acquire 2 new multi-purpose fighters, the F-4C and the F-111, General Curtis LeMay, Air Force Chief of Staff, and Secretary of the Air Force Eugene Zuckert were in no position to ask for development of still another fighter. In meetings with Dr. Elaine Enthoven, Assistant Secretary of Defense for Systems Analysis, General Agen learned that OSD favored purchase of large numbers of small, inexpensive attack aircraft for the tactical air forces. Enthoven and other members of Secretary McNamara's Systems Analysis staff thought in terms of measuring the effectiveness of the 3 primary tactical air missions: air superiority, close air support, and interdiction, by their impact on the force ratio between opposing land forces and thus the land-air trade-off, would be a decisive factor in sizing U.S. tactical air forces. While General Agen and the Air Staff were not particularly opposed to this cost-effectiveness approach, they felt it ignored the essential point, that in wartime little could be done without first achieving air superiority, and that one of OSD's highest priorities should be to ensure the U.S. acquired the best possible fighters in the world. Hold on, I'm just thinking about this real quick. I'm going to Google Major General Arthur Agen real quick. I'm just checking to see if he's one of the reformers. Air Force doesn't say anything. Has a full page about him, though. Doesn't seem to be... No, he probably just appears to be a contrarian, not necessarily a member of the fighter mafia. Let's see. Like most members of the Air Staff since the McNamara era dawned, General Agen found Enthoven and other members of the OSD staff hostile to Air Force views. Thus, whereas during the 1950s President Dwight D. Eisenhower's policy of strategic deterrence had made the Air Force the dominant service, under President Kennedy, the Army achieved the stronger position. The President adopted the concept of flexible response, which had been advocated in the late 1950s by General Maxwell Taylor, the former Army Chief of Staff. In 1961, President Kennedy brought General Taylor back to active duty, first as a special military representative and later as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Frustrated by OSD's cost-effectiveness approach, General Agen determined to find some way to articulate his strong feelings about air superiority. Thus, in the fall of 1964, he commissioned a prestigious committee of fighter aces and other experienced fighter pilots to examine the Air Force's tactical air capabilities. He hoped this group might provide the leverage needed to begin the development of an aerial gun for the F-4C and help launch a new air superiority fighter program. Chaired by Brigadier General Harrison Thing, the group included Colonels Francis S. Gabreski, William Dunham, Winston Marshall, George Lavin, Jack Hawley, and John Burns. Predictably, the group concluded there was an urgent need to develop a new fighter to offset the growing Soviet capability in the area. Okay, so this appears to be an independent group. However, well aware of the Air Force's sensitivity to any challenge to the decision to acquire the F-111, the Thing Committee merely recommended more study of a new fighter development program. OSD received a copy of the committee report but took no action. Although General Agan failed to convert OSD officials, he did manage to persuade LeMay's successor, General John P. McConnell, of the need for a new fighter. Backed by McConnell, Agan drafted a statement on tactical air superiority that the former endorsed and circulated Air Force worldwide. Or Air Force-wide. The policy statement issued in May 1965 after combat operations in North Vietnam had begun recognized the Air Force's requirement to win air superiority. Okay. So they recognized that they were in need of an air superiority fighter from the beginning, before the fighter mafia even showed up. At least according to the official documentation. Another individual who will promote the air superiority mission was a former Navy flyer and experienced test pilot, Charles Myers. In 1963 and 1964, Myers was working for Lockheed Aircraft trying to sell F-104s to the services. During the course of his visits with the Air Force and Navy officials, he became acquainted with several aspects of aerial combat that no one appeared to have previously addressed. In discussing the subject with pilots of both services, he learned that most aerial combat was confined to a spatial area or flight envelope between sea level and 30,000 feet, was conducted at speeds up to Mach 1.6, and that air-to-air missiles had severe limitations. For example, an F-4 pilot first had to close with his target for positive identification, and then drop back far enough to launch a Sparrow missile effectively. Myers developed a considerable following in the services lecturing on these facts, although he came to realize that the F-104 was not saleable. Subsequently, he formed a private consulting firm but continued to push air superiority. OSC interest in acquiring new fighters did not appear until it became clear that the existing U.S. Air Force aircraft being used were to provide close air support for South Vietnamese troops were obsolete and dangerous. For example, in March and April 1964, two Air Force T-28 close air support aircraft crashed when their wings sheared off during bomb runs, killing all crew members. Wing failures discovered in RB-26 strike aircraft also led to their grounding. In response to this situation, Secretary Zuckert in December 1964 requested $50 million to modernize and expand the Air Force's Special Air Warfare, Strike, and Reconnaissance Force. McNamara responded by allotting only $10 million in fiscal year 1966 funds for Air Force modification of existing tactical aircraft. At the same time, he directed the Air Force to consider developing a new fighter, optimized for close support and useful ground attack, to assume tactical air superiority in their planning for Vietnam. Secretary Zuckert and air staff officials were disturbed by McNamara's instruction that they assume tactical air superiority in their planning. In reply on 2 February 1965, Zuckert reported that the Air Force could not define a new tactical fighter without first assessing its effect on the tactical force structure. At the time of his reply, the Air Staff had been working since August 1964 on a study titled Force Options for Tactical Air. Named after its chairman, Lieutenant Colonel John W. Bond, Jr., it critically assessed the Air Force's reliance on high-performance tactical fighters to provide the greatest flexibility at the lowest cost. As it found that aircraft like the F-111 were far too costly to be risked in non-nuclear war, the study sparked interest in lightweight, lower-cost, specialized aircraft. Both kinds of computer analysis, the Bond Group surveyed several kinds of aircraft, including stripped versions of the A-1E, F-4, A-6, F-104, and vertical or short takeoff and landing aircraft. Subsequently rejected all these alternatives, branding the cheaper versions of high-performance aircraft as non-cost effective, and declaring that the others did not meet desired performance requirements. So this sort of like, it sounds like they're setting up for John Boyd to get in here. Completed on 27 February 1965, the Bond study recommended the Air Force acquire a mix of high and low-cost aircraft as the most economical way to strengthen the tactical force. Here's where the high-low mix comes from. Okay. This is also what led to the F-16, although Boyd tries to take a lot of credit for that. At least from what I've been reading, and that's where the FXX program came from. For the support role, the study narrowed the candidates to the lightweight, comparatively inexpensive Air Force F-5 and the Navy's A-7. Both seemed equally attractive. The A-7 could carry a greater payload, whereas the F-5 was considered superior because of its air-to-air combat capability. General McConnell was briefed on the study on 9 March, and Secretary Zuckert and his staff 2 days later. McConnell subsequently advised Zuckert that the Bond study showed the folly of assuming air superiority, and in support of this view, he cited recent Defense Intelligence Agency estimates that new Soviet interceptors posed a threat beyond the capability of existing U.S. forces to counter. Yes, everybody make sure you get your merit redeems. Wars aren't going to win themselves, and the Marines were in the lead, but the air crews are now winning. He argued that air superiority involved the ability of fighter aircraft to survive aircraft attacks by both enemy interceptors and AA weapons. As evidence of the latter, he would cite the 2 March 1965 downing of 3 Air Force F-105s and 2 F-100s over North Vietnam by enemy ground fire. As for the close air support mission itself, he proposed bringing a mix of lower-cost aircraft into the Air Force inventory. Although Secretary Zuckert backed McConnell, he warned that outsiders would view the Air Force recommendation as an attempt to expand its force structure by beefing up its SAW resources. Nevertheless, Zuckert on 16 March forwarded the Bond study to OSD and recommended the Air Force be authorized to purchase 2 wings of F-5s as an interim measure, while beginning to work on a medium-cost tactical fighter for the 1970s. He amplified his position in April when he described the proposed new fighter to McNamara as one which also would have significant air-to-air fighting capability. Meanwhile, another Air Staff study on tactical fighter ground attack aircraft, Jesus, that was a mouthful, had gotten underway under the direction of Colonel Bruce Hinton. Oh, this guy! He was a saber pilot in Korea who actually got kills, unlike fucking John Boyd. I recognize that name. He was actually good. Actually, I think he was the guy that got first blood for the F-86 Sabre. He got its first kill. Completed in June 1965, this study concluded that the A-7 would be the best close support aircraft if the Air Force could assume air superiority. However, Hinton's group questioned the assumption and recommendation that the Air Force select the F-5. It noted that the acquisition cost of the F-5 could be recouped through the military assistance program, since the basic version of the fighter was intended for sale to America's allies. Aware of Air Staff disagreement about the A-7 versus F-5 and noting OSD's indecision on the matter, Secretary Zuckert decided not to press for the latter until after the Air Force had crystallized its position on tactical forces. Another important reason for delay was to enable the Air Staff to undertake a detailed examination of the proposed medium-cost FX. I sense the Cap does not like this Boyd guy. John Boyd mentioned visible eye twitch. Yeah. Maybe garbage, but he did create the OODA loop. He did create the OODA loop, and he refreshed the energy maneuverability theory. He didn't come up with it. He copied most of the work. I found that out today, actually. Copied most of the work from a Douglas engineer in the 1950s and then made it a thing. Cap does not like this Boyd guy. Not entirely. I thought he was cool at first, but that was before I actually started doing my digging, and I'm just like, dude, broken clock is right twice a day, and that's about how it goes. But yes, hello, Amor La Tequila, and a Night Owl. Welcome aboard. How's it going, guys? Yes, we're reading the origin story of the F-15. And the OODA loop was actually a very good concept, but I will have to do my research into that to see if it's also something he kind of picked up and pwned off. We'll see. He was, actually, from what I was reading, no, I do think he did effectively come up with a concept, but he wasn't preaching it directly. He was preaching other doctrines that would eventually create the OODA loop as a byproduct, I think. I say I think because I haven't got all the facts down on that one yet, so take that with a grain of salt. In April 1965, Lieutenant General James Ferguson, Deputy Chief of Staff for R&D, won the support of Dr. Harold Brown, Director of Defense Research and Engineering for the official Air Force position. That is, Dr. Brown agreed to the interim acquisition of the F-5 and authorized development of an FX. Thereupon, General Ferguson established an Air Staff work group under Brigadier General Andrew J. Evans, Director of Development, and Dr. Charles Christensen, Science Advisor to the R&D Deputy. Take everything Slice says as fact. No! Only do that from the videos because I research the crap out of them, and then still do your own research to double check. Damn. How are you doing? How you doing today, Night Owl and Tequila? What's been going on? Where's my brain? Yes, the group conducted prerequisite studies for an FX to cost between $1 to $2 million each, with a production run of 800 to 1,000 aircraft. The contemplated fighter would possess superior air-to-air, all-weather, and aided visual ground attack capabilities. It was also envisioned as a single-seat, twin-engine fighter stressing maneuverability over speed. The FX initial operational capability, IOC, was 1970. Okay. The FX group, recognizing early it needed help to produce worthwhile studies, began seeking funds to contract out the effort. DDR&E representatives told the group it could obtain study funds if the FX was presented as a multi-purpose fighter, whereas any attempt to point it in the direction of a specialized combat plane would fail. Supporters of an air superiority fighter, including Generals Ferguson and Jack J. Catton, director of the operational requirements, found this view was shared by elements of the air staff. They therefore decided to disguise the FX as a multi-purpose fighter and advertised air-to-ground capability ahead of air-to-air. By July 1965, Program Element 630, whatever that number is, Close Support Fighter emerged as the logical source for obtaining study funds, and on 12 August, the Air Force requested $1 million for parametric design studies for the FX under the Close Support Fighter funding line. Ooh. Where's my brain? Slice is still broken from his Sunday vid? Yeah, it's a curve. It's a curve. It comes back. Eventually. You research Boyd and that other old bastard who works with RT? Yeah, frickin' spray. And so you suddenly develop a visible spike in blood pressure every time their names are mentioned. Yep. All right, let's see. Meanwhile, Air Force complacency over tactical air superiority began evaporating after two F-105s were shot down on 4 April 1965 by several supposedly obsolete MiG-15s while on a bomb run near Thanh Hoa, North Vietnam. Hey, thank you for the resub, Night Shield. Finish my work and heading back home? Hell yeah. Forgot to say hello to Maz. Yay! Cap is still suffering the debuffs from dropping an hour-long video that was an absolute peck. It took me a bit. That one took me a bit. Since the fighter bombers were laden with ordnance, the contest was not an equal one. The Air Force's response was to immediately dispatch F-4Cs to the theater to fly cover for the fighter bombers. The episode rekindled interest in tactical air superiority, lent added urgency to the FX effort, and prompted General Ferguson to seek cooperation from the field. On 29 August, using the same guidelines established for the Air Staff's concurrent FX studies, he directed the Air Force Systems Command to undertake studies that the Aeronautical Systems Division of a multi-purpose fighter with a short takeoff and landing capability. My brain is pulling a U, and I paused my F-15 and SC because my brain is empty. All right, Monkey Boys, here are today's rice facts. Let's pause. Rice can be inferred to have entered cultivation in two pathways from wild ecology and human use. The wild progenitors of Asian rice are well known to include Orzea rufipogon and Orzea nivara, which are native to South and Southeast Asia, extending northwards into southern China. Nice. Come on down to Lockmart, where your security is our business and business is booming. Head empty, only Lockmart. Imagine if the fighter morons never existed, America would have Lockheed Martin's Transformer fleet 50 years sooner. Transformer fleet, you mean like the F-15, I mean F-22, F-35? All right. Requirement for an SCOL fighter attracted the attention of Colonel John J. Burns, Assistant Director of Requirements, Headquarters TAC Air Command. Burns, who had been a member of the Bones Study Group and the Thing Committee and was an ardent air superiority advocate, pounced on the STOL requirement and immediately drafted a position paper for an air superiority fighter. Though General Walter C. Sweeney, the TAC commander, was sympathetic to the proposal, Colonel Burns was unable to convince him to issue a formal requirement for a lightweight day fighter. General Sweeney's upcoming retirement and poor health may explain in part the temporary shelving of the proposal. However, TAC TAC did convene a select panel of field commanders in June 1965 to consider the projected Soviet tactical fighter threat. In a departure from concepts pursued in U.S. Air Force tactical fighter development over recent years, the TAC commanders panel have expressed a clear preference for a lightweight day fighter. Their model was a single-seat twin-engine airplane in the 20,000 to 25,000 pound class. Though asking for an aircraft that could fly from Mach 1.2 on the deck up to Mach 2.5, the panel stressed maneuverability more than speed. The panel's report was not distributed, however, its conclusions, which closely paralleled Colonel Burns' views on air superiority, served as a kind of framework for the TAC position. That's the thing a lot of people don't get. Fighting for budgets is sometimes harder than fighting a war because you're not allowed to kill the idiots. Yep. Also, I just thought of a thing. Please hold while I open up my documentation and grab a link. It says, I'm looking at this thing that says they convened a panel, the TAC commanders panel. I'm going to real quick look at the resources that I've looked up so far today and see if that aligns with the time frame that I had seen previously about Boyd. Wait. Maybe? Let's see. No, Boyd didn't show up until 1966. The mad scientists and skunkers made actual transformers. Look it up. Lockheed just found out to make nanotubes grow, change shape, and do some wild stuff. Ooh. So they made transformium. Oh, God. When on 1 August 1965, General Gabriel P. Discusway. All right, here's your Hydrate Redeem. Three things you shouldn't do. Make America take you seriously. Give the Brits a reason to take you lightly. America will redefine the laws of physics to stamp you in the ground, and the Brits will clown you harder than Spider-Man. Yeah! You make sure all your goats stay hydrated? Hell yeah. When on 1 August 1965, General Gabriel P. Discusway, a World War II fighter pilot commander, took over TAC, he immediately reviewed Colonel Burns' work and wasted little time in issuing qualitative operations requirement that one on 6 October. The document sent to the air staff emphasized TAC's interest in an aircraft capable of outperforming the enemy in the air. Besides challenging the notion that only a multi-purpose fighter could gain OSD and congressional approval in bringing the controversy into the open, it specified an aircraft like the one described by the June 1965 TAC panel, except that it raised the plane's weight to a 30,000 pound to 35,000 pound range. The requirement also called for providing the new aircraft with a radar capability similar to the F-4s, and that it be equipped with both infrared and radar missiles. TAC also emphasized the need for maneuvering performance in high thrust-to-weight ratio, but for temperature limitation, it lowered the maximum speed requirement from Mach 3.0 to 2.5, a change that would save between 3.35 and 40% of the total cost, or 4.5 versus 2.5 million per copy. Damn! I will give it to the Brits. They can shit talk with the best of them. Here we only recognize how gangster countries are. Unless they're Russians or Chinese. And fuck those guys. Let's see, the pivotal decision. During the summer and fall of 1965, the Air Force continued to wrestle with the F-5 versus the A-7 issue. OSD, particularly systems analysis, was still enamored of the commonality principle, wherein the Air Force and Navy would possess a combined tactical force comprised of the F-111, F-4, and A-7 aircraft. In July, Secretary McNamara directed the OSD and the Air Force to begin a joint study to select either the F-5 or the A-7 for the close air support role in Vietnam. At the same time, but on a lower priority, he endorsed the Air Force's prerequisite work on developing the new FX fighter. Meanwhile, Dr. Brown, who in DDR&E had backed the F-5, reversed his position after being named Secretary of the Air Force, a position he had assumed on 1 October. On 5 November, he and General McConnell proposed acquiring 11 squadrons of A-7s. Although criticized in some Air Force circles as a capitulation of the OSD, the decision by the A-7 was in fact a sensible compromise that ultimately gained approval for the FX. General Agin recognized this point and endorsed the decision. The FX could now be justified as a more sophisticated high-performance aircraft and air superiority replacement for the F-4. Make sure they're organized crime legalized. Yeah. Didn't the fighter mafia want a jet that didn't have a radar or missiles because it was unnecessarily advanced technology? Yeah, pretty much. All right, later, bomb. The Chinese are watching, apparently. All right. General Aiken later described the various kinds of aircraft the Air Force needed to fight in various conflicts. He wrote the Air Force believed that the basic F-111A and F-4 inventory of the future must contain other aircraft. The views of the characteristics which these aircraft should have vary widely. By study, by wargaming, and by testing, we hope to arrive at an answer. My own belief is that a smaller aircraft than the F-111 and possibly than the F-4 is needed, and needed now. It can be smaller because we plan to use it for air superiority and close air support, and thus can accept less range and payload in order to get superior agility. We can accept less range because the majority of targets which we expect in close air support will be within 250 miles or 400 kilometers of the forward edge of the battle area. We can accept less payload because of improved ordnance and more accurate delivery of weapons. Such an aircraft may be able to win the air superiority fight over the battlefield. It should be a medium-cost aircraft because we will need many. Found out recently the F-15 is about the same length as a B-24? That doesn't make any sense. China is free to watch me scratch my ass and my nuts, which they lack. When did the MiG-25 come out? It was revealed in 1968. Fighter morons are just like the Soviets, backwards and dogmatic, and much like the Soviets, once they're cracked their stranglehold, they crumble apart. FX work statements were revised to call for an aircraft with the best combination of air-to-air and air-to-ground characteristics, vis-a-vis the previous description of the development as aiming a medium-cost, multi-purpose aircraft, highlighting close air support. How do you fix the chat so you stop having people's messages be censored? It's probably a filter in your account settings. How the hell was the F-15 and the B-24 the same length? That doesn't make any sense. Right, it entered service in 19... No, that doesn't make sense. Oh wait, 3 prototypes were unveiled in 1968. All right. Although this change seemed mere semantics, it permitted the Air Force to launch a major effort to acquire a new fighter. Secretary Brown had opened the door to the FX, and more importantly, he placed the emphasis on the air-to-air mission and the need to increase the size of the tactical Air Force. Office worker guy with a grocery bag had more balls than an entire line of tanks. Oh, Matt, now the MiG-25 entered net service in 1907, same year as the MiG-23. Oh, wow. Thank you, Matt. Now I appreciate that. Rex is right. A B-24 is about 67 feet long, and F-15 is about 64. Jeez. The classic photo only shows him standing up to 1 or 2 tanks, but when you actually zoom out and see the full picture, it was an entire battalion, it looks like. Wow. All right. Meanwhile, TAC began to move after many years, coming out second best in the internal struggle for resources with the monolithic global commands such as MAC and SAC. To restore some balance, General Desosway worked to bring to bear the influence of all major tactical air commanders. For example, he arranged periodic conferences with his counterparts in the U.S. Air Forces, Europe, and the Pacific Air Forces. Their joint position statements, aptly called the 12-star letters, 3 4-star generals, which they sent to General McConnell, were difficult to ignore. The first such conference held at TAC headquarters at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, in February 1966, produced several position statements on tactical air power. Signed by Generals Desosway, Holloway, and Hunter Harris, the letters significantly influenced the FX requirement. The 3 commanders stated simply that air superiority would be severely jeopardized if the FX were designed to accommodate both air-to-air and air-to-ground missions. Instead, they urged the Chief of Staff to endorse air superiority as the primary mission of the FX, with secondary missions being considered a bonus from the aircraft's superior design. Yeah, we'll drop the conversation on the square there because we have a very appropriate rule about politics. But yeah, we're not down with any people that want to push their own people or anybody else for that matter. Kind of got that Pollock in me. Hell yeah. So the Sneaky Fox decided to slide in a program saying it was multi-role, then tried to correct it to where it would actually be what they wanted to in the first place. Wait. Is that what I just read? An aircraft with the best combination of air-to-ground vis-a-vis semantics, it highlighted it to launch a major effort to acquire a new fighter. Yeah, no, we're not worried about China, but just in general, Tequila, we do have a no politics rule in the chat. Mostly for no domestic stuff though. For international, if it's pertinent to war or ongoing international tensions, as long as it can be conveyed with respect, it is welcome here. If it's a highly controversial conflict, though, then we generally keep it off to the side and not in here. But yeah, I'm happy to say, fuck China. All right. Meanwhile, let me see. Oh, I read that one already. The 3 commanders stated simply that air superiority would be severely jeopardized if the FX were designed to accommodate both air-to-air and air-to-ground missions. Instead, they urged the Chief of Staff to endorse the air superiority as the primary mission of the FX, with secondary missions being considered as a bonus from the aircraft's superior design. Certain countries and political, yeah. As long as it's not one we're allied with. So no saying what I really feel about Xi and wishing to feed him into feet first into a belt sander with a high grid is not allowed. I will neither confirm nor deny that. There's your villain laugh. Let's see. General Desosway and his operations advisors, Colonels Burns and Gordon M. Graham, believed that air superiority was essential throughout the spectrum of tactical warfare. Given the limitations on the employment of tactical air power, such as the enemy sanctuaries that existed during the Korean and Vietnam Wars, an uncompromised fighter was needed to sweep the skies clear of enemy aircraft. They argued the only way the Air Force could meet the challenge posed by lightweight, maneuverable Soviet fighters in the 1970s was to design a superior air combat fighter. Although the 12-star letters received high-level consideration, Headquarters U.S. Air Force decided to follow the path of least resistance, namely to continue to study, justify, and document the case for a fighter capable of handling both the air superiority and ground attack missions. General Ferguson, who became the commander of the Air Force Systems Command in September of 1966, responded to attack by asking General Desassouet to await the results of parametric design studies that began in March of 66. Ferguson personally opposed the parametric study requirement, believed the results would substantiate the case for an air superiority fighter. 6 types of aircraft, including 2 families of low, medium, and high-cost fighters, were studied. One family of fighters studied emphasized air combat capability, with ground attack being a secondary requirement, whereas the second examined the effect of reversing the mission order. All right. All right, later, Crimson. On 8 December 1965, Air Force sent requests for proposals to 13 aircraft manufacturers for the initial FX parametric design studies. Wait, what did you hear? Basically that the Air Force took all of that advice, all of that request from even their top brass and said, nah. I think. God, I'm yawning. Sounds familiar? Yeah. Marine Corps, the Air Force is one giant pony shell full of Kansas Pizza High School, the Navy. Did he openly oppose a text? Did he openly oppose a test/study because he was worried it'd prove him wrong? I think so. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we just read. That 3-part Venn diagram to describe the necessary confluence of events to create an F-15. That center section needs to be labeled. Here there be dragon slayers. Because an F-15 can win against a dragon. Slice, I gotta go. Before I do, please add one F-15 exists jokes in the video on it when it comes out. To the F-15 video, or what's probably gonna be this video. Because this video is just gonna be a concentration of that shit. Let's see. On 8, oh wait, hold up. I wrote that one already. After receiving bids from 8 companies, the Air Force on 18 March awarded study contracts to Boeing, Lockheed, and North American. A 4th firm, Grumman, participated in the study effort on an unfunded basis. After considering the effects of 5 variables, avionics, maneuverability, payload, combat radius, and speed, on the FX in terms of weight and cost, the contractors came up with some 500 proposed designs. Jesus Christ! In July, after examining these designs, the Aeronautical Systems Division selected what it believed was the best one for an air-to-air and air-to-ground aircraft. Indeed, the emphasis on the multi-purpose features of the FX dominated ASD's parametric studies. The division's goal was to develop an aircraft with sufficient performance capability to offset the alleged Soviet superiority and maneuverability, while maintaining the continued U.S. edge over Russian planes in range. To accommodate these multi-purpose requirements, the 4 study contractors agreed the FX needed avionics comparable to the Mark 11's, the F-111's Mark II system. Moreover, they understood that the multi-purpose meant the use of a variable sweep wing design for the FX, and that a high bypass ratio turbofan engine seemed preferable to a low bypass engine. As for armaments, they called for considerable air-to-ground ordnance, including the 20mm M61 Vulcan with 1,000 rounds, 4 fuselage-mounted missiles, and a 4,000-pound allowance to permit loading 8 Mark 82 bombs or other munitions. Finally, the contractor designs favored podded engines over fuselage mounting to avoid the inlet distortion problems of the F-111, and placing horizontal tail surfaces on the engine pods for increased area. What the fuck? So wait. If I'm visualizing that right. They wanted to create a tactical Learjet and call it a fighter. That's what that is. Jesus. Just threw up a little bit in your mouth from that description. Is 1,000 rounds a lot for the Vulcan? Oh my god. Yeah, is 1,000 rounds law for the Vulcan? The F-15, I believe, carries 500 rounds. And it uses a Vulcan. So, yeah, and 1,000 rounds is about as much as the A-10 carries. Slice. Hello, Dimitrescu. We're reading the F-15 origin story. Some critics saw ASD's parametric FX design as a typical case of gold plating. Bring news sort of unrelated to the guild story, but another story that'll also bring your curiosity. Okay, hit me. Lots of damage, not a lot of burnt time all in all. Want more? Let's see. They complained the Aeronautical Systems Division, convinced the FX represented the one aircraft for the generation, had decided to advance aeronautical art by applying their wish lists across several disciplines. Others, however, thought that while ASD engineers had made a sincere attempt to provide the Air Force with the best airplane possible, they had become victims of the system. This sounds like the fighter mafia, again having their views listed but not named. Regardless of these criticisms, what emerged was a proposed FX weighing more than 60,000 pounds to accommodate all the avionics and armaments packages. The aircraft would have a 110 pound per square foot wing loading, a thrust weight ratio of 0.75, and a 2.2 bypass turbofan engine. That's huge, though. That's like a pair of A-10 engines being strapped to the ass. And then strapping in an afterburner. The entire drag force equation for that doesn't make sense. How did they think this would work? Finally, the FX would require extensive use of exotic new materials to attain a top speed of Mach 2.7. All told, ASD's Deputy for Advanced Systems Planning estimated R&D costs for the fiscal years would be about $760 million. The FX then promised to be a very expensive aircraft resembling the F-111, which in no sense would be an air superiority fighter. Yeah. Seeing the Vulcan rotary cannon gat drink bullets like I drink tequila violently and rapidly. Oh, that's why your name is I'm More Like Tequila. It's Love the Tequila. I just got that. Fighter morons are just a bunch of unqualified overgrown children who want to run the show like it's World War II Jet Edition. When you tell them idiots for doing something stupid, they throw a bitch. Yeah, let's grab that water real quick. Because we've reached the energy maneuverability theory, which means it's time to laugh at John Boyd. Okay. Finally, some Boyd shade? Yeah, hold on. Let me take a big sip of the bourbon here for this. Possibly shades. General Ferguson and his development planners, Major General Glenn A. Kent and Brigadier General F.M. Rogers, sensed that the FX requirements were badly spelled out. They subsequently were able to persuade General Dissuade to modify his requirements, thanks in large part to the work of Major John R. Boyd. Here we go. In October 1966, Boyd joined the Tactical Division of the Air Staff Directorate of Requirements. So basically, he somehow made his way into deciding how things get to do. You're a bourbon drinker? Nice, yeah. When asked to comment on the representative FX design, he summarily rejected it. A veteran pilot of the late 1950s and author of the Air Combat Training Manual used by Fighter Weapons School at Nellis Air Force Base, Nevada, Boyd was well qualified to assess fighter aircraft. These are his words, not others. In 1962, while completing an engineering course at St. Georgia Tech, he studied the relationships between energy and energy changes of an aircraft during flight, and devised a method to measure aircraft maneuverability, the ability to change altitude, airspeed, and direction. AKA, he copied it off a 1954 fucking Douglas scientist. To avoid the rank of major was a dumbass even dumber than the... Major Boyd continued his energy maneuverability studies at his next station, Eglin Air Force Base, Florida, even though his primary assignment there was a maintenance officer. At Eglin, he met Thomas Christie, a mathematician who also saw promise in the EM theory and who had access to a large capacity, high-speed computer. With Christie's help, Major Boyd gained access to the computer to confirm his calculations. For this irregularity, i.e. working outside authorized channels, they were both severely criticized. However, with the help of Brigadier General Alman T. Culbertson, Air Proving Ground Center Vice Commander, Boyd and Christie fought off repeated attempts to terminate their studies, and in May of 1964 published an official 2-volume treatise on energy maneuverability. Boyd and unqualified. How many times am I going to hear that today? The answer, yes. His think, react, repeat engagement theory was also ripped straight from a German World War II ace. Really? I want to say, please DM me the documentation / sourcing for that, because I want that. I want that, because that is the foundation of his OODA loop shit. And I would love to shove that into a video. Laughing my ass off, I just hit level 7 on the server for posting a shot of the alcohol I'm drinking to get through the description of this. Criticized, not vaulted from the military and shoved in a cell like anyone who doesn't have friends in high places. Yeah. Here is his energy maneuverability formula. What the fuck? Specific power thrust minus drag divided by weight times velocity. F-15's fuel allowance for a period of high thrust, sharp maneuvering during aero combat. Oh yeah, just ripped all of his theories and stuff from other people and screamed it loud enough to be heard. Yeah. Yep. What is it they always say? Just the person... You're not the first person who came up with the joke, you're just the person who said it louder. Oh, thank you. It says it right here. Although the EM theory did not represent anything new in terms of physics or aerodynamics, it led Boyd and Christie to divide a revolutionary analytical technique that permitted fighter jocks to communicate with engineers. In other words, it finally made them fucking smart enough to speak anything, to speak in words that could be understood by people who had actual fucking intelligence. The EM theory expressed in numbers what fighter pilots have been trying to say for years by moving their hands. It also permitted planners and developers to compare competing aircraft directly and to demonstrate the effects of design changes on aircraft performance. Finally, the theory could be used to teach pilots how to exploit their aircraft's advantages over that of the enemy. The EM theory was not in final form at that time and has undergone 5 or 6 improvement or refiner phases since then. Jesus. Fuck's sake, he's a low-power version of Urban Dictionary. I think we can agree that at least the energy maneuverability theory had value for, like, making aircraft better in terms of general maneuverability capabilities, but, like, fuck the guy who thinks he came up with it. During 1964... During 1964, the EM theory was informally brought to the attention of members of the air staff, including Generals Agan and Catton. General Burns, who made use of it in his studies beginning with the Thing Committee study, assigned values to various elements of the EM theory, and established measures of merit for comparing different aircraft designs in terms of maneuverability. Oh no. So the Thing Committee was on board with the fighter mafia. Lovely. Perhaps because the EM analytical technique was in its formative stages and not widely known, it did not gain immediate acceptance. Meanwhile, working within the tactical division, Major Boyd began to apply the EM theory to the FX, projecting how the aircraft would perform in the critical maneuvering performance envelope, the subsonic and transonic speeds up to Mach 1.6 and altitudes up to 30,000 feet. He then asked TAC, ASD, and the study contractors to provide trade-offs between range, structural requirements, and onboard equipment. Then, by comparing configuration changes for fixed and variable wing sweeps, Major Boyd designed a model that would demonstrate the effects of specific requirements on the FX design. For example, he could show the maneuverability penalty that TAC would have to pay if it desired the FX to have a given range. Guys in suits being in line with other idiots in suits. See suit monkey brain activate. Indeed, absolutely not yet, not enough, not nearly enough to cover the gap between his reality and ours. Let's see. By the spring of 1967, through the efforts of Boyd and others, a 40,000-pound FX aircraft was popped out. See, its proposed engine bypass had been lowered to 1.5, thrust to weight increased to 0.97, and the FX top speed scaled down to a range of Mach 2.3 to 2.5. Hold something real quick. Rationally angry hearing it described as popped out. Yeah. Hold up something. I want to see how much of their advice they actually took here with the engine. What's the F-100 engine bypass ratio? Bypass ratio 0.6 to 1. Yeah, so they didn't take any of that fucking advice either. Let's see. During the various design trade-offs, Major Boyd challenged the validity of ASD's drag polars, lift versus drag charts, and argued that lower wing loadings on the order of 80 pounds per square foot would be more appropriate for the FX design. Doggedly pursuing his research into drag polars, he later examined the effects of optimizing propulsion, configuration, avionics, and weapons for the fixed and variable sweep designs. His calculations of those trade-offs pointed to 0.6 as the best engine bypass ratio. Okay, so wait, hold on a fucking minute. Hold on. Proposed engine bypass had been lowered to 1.5, and somehow you magically fucking selected the value that is currently in effect. The exact one. I don't believe you. The amount of boardroom idiots you've seen that don't know what the hell is happening on the field is astonishing. The moment a CO changes his uniform for a suit, their IQ drops by 400 points. It's like uniforms give a plus 20 to intelligence. I don't know, is the fact you don't feel special and thus have to stand out by years? Press X to doubt? Yeah, I am mashing X to doubt on this fucking... The idea that this man... argue the lower wing loadings in the order of 80 pounds per square foot. Then he magically shifts to 0.6 as the best, exactly, and a 60 to 65 pounds per square foot wing loading. The design studies incorporated into the final F-15 configuration confirmed these values. Suck my dick. Cap has some mighty breath control? Oh yeah. Hammer that button, my doubt is limitless. Oh god. All right. Whew. The FX formulation phase continued throughout the spring and summer of 1967. By March, a 3-part concept formulation package and a technical development plan was drafted to specify the FX rationale, cost, and development schedule. Alright, Chris Red has redeemed this accent for 1 minute. Alright, let's see. In June, a complete CFP was issued and underwent a final Air Staff answer, a messaging, by August 1967. Secretary Brown then submitted a revised cost proposal to OSD as the Air Force's recommended new tactical fighter candidate to replace the F-4. He noted that the Air Force's tactical force structure for the mid-1970s, limited to 24 wings by OSD, included 13 F-4, 6 F-111, and 5 A-7 wings that were respectively oriented to perform counter-air, interdiction, and close air support missions. Whew. All right. Secretary Brown now argued for the paramountcy of counter-air superiority, without which the other missions would either be too costly or impossible, and the need to protect ground forces against enemy air attack. He noted that although the multi-purpose F-4 Vietnam workhorse was a capable air-to-air fighter, its continued effectiveness was doubtful in the view of the new advanced Soviet fighter series. U.S. intelligence projected by the mid-1970s approximately half the Soviet tactical aircraft inventory would consist of such modern fighters as the Fitter Su-7 and twin Sukhoi 68 TF, both said to excel the F-4 in air combat. The Air Force Secretary noted that recent Soviet fighter designs concentrated on improving range and payload. Actually, I could probably kill this now. Boyd's whole MO is just speaking on complex topics in the simplest way possible to make himself seem smart and use dumb words with poor understanding to make you... Big words with poor understanding to make you seem dumb. Oh. Damn. Here we go. Air Force Secretary noted the recent Soviet fighter designs concentrated on improving range and payload. U.S. tactical air superiority in the Korean and Vietnam Wars was attributed to superior pilot skill and better armament and avionics. These advantages were not expected to prevail in a conventional war in Europe, for example, because of the likelihood of encountering well-trained Soviet pilots. Moreover, the Soviets were increasing their maneuverability edge and significantly improving their missile and fire control systems. The Air Force cautioned that it can no longer rely on pilot skill alone to offset any technical inferiority of U.S. aircraft. To win an air war against Soviet forces, it is essential that U.S. pilots be given the best aircraft the technology can afford. I did not see that video lost. I would like that posted. Boyd's entire pitch is now basically that of any trash self-help guru. Oh no. Yeah, Boyd was a salesman. Boyd was a fucking car salesman who was put in charge of an aircraft project. The various Air Force analyses Secretary Brown said indicated that little improvement could be expected from modifying existing aircraft such as the F-4, F-111, YF-12, A-7, and the U.S.-German V-STOL design. Additionally, the cost of such an effort would be extremely high, approaching that required to develop a completely new fighter. Good lord. It conceded that additional study was required to define the FX characteristics, but it tentatively recommended a representative fighter as a 40,000-pound. As a 40,000-pound, quote, single-place fighter with a variable sweep wing powered by 2 high-thrust turbofan engines, capable of sustained thrust at Mach 2.3 with a burst capability to Mach 2.5. The avionics included advanced dual-mode radar, internally carried penetration aids, and advanced navigation, communications, computation, and identification equipment. The FX armament will consist of long-range radar missiles, short-range IR or electro-optical missiles, and an internal gun. In addition, It would be equipped to deliver with improved accuracy all the ballistic air-to-ground munitions and air-to-ground guided missiles in the U.S. Air Force tactical inventory during the period 1970 and 1980. Oh, sorry. The Mach 3 Foxbat, first seen at the July 1967 Moscow Air Show, had been designated the MiG-23, but has since been renamed the MiG-25. Interesting. There's a note. The OODA loop has been degraded so far that it is now used by self-help / motivational speakers to how to unlock your full potential. If my damn good salesman, you mean one of those greasy bastards that'll sell you a bucket of bolts and then Bicklin dime you for windshield wipers? Yeah. Yep. All right. So this looks like they're still starting to go for the big thing. Are we talking about building a jet to counter a threat that didn't exist? We are now, because apparently that showed up recently. This 1967 was when they realized, oh shit, was when they went, oh fuck, we need help. So literally a year after Boyd. Total FX costs were estimated at $7.183 billion, including $615 billion for R&D, $4.1 for procurement, $650 million for R&D, $4.1 billion for procurement, and $2.468 billion for operations and maintenance over a 5-year span. Based on a 1,000 aircraft buy, the average FX flyaway cost was computed at $2.84 million per copy. The proposed initial operating capability date was December 1973. Hold up, just for reference. Inflation calculator. Let's see, and when was that? Let's see, what year were they making this? This looks like about what, 1967? Yeah, let's say this is 1960. MiG-25, hold up. I thought it was 1968 as well. Hold up. When was the prototype MiG-25 revealed? Let me see. First flew in 1964, entered service in 1970. But I've got a couple of things telling me that it was the October Revolution. It was the air show in July 1967. Yeah, 9 July 1967. Okay. What was I thinking of? All right. So let's say that this is July 1967. They theorized this requirement. The average flyaway cost was $284 million, which today would cost about $27 million per aircraft. Okay. By the spring of 1965, wait, hold up. In his memorandum to Mr. McNamara, Secretary Brown reiterated that there were several unresolved areas, including the representative FX, such as whether or not the proposed aircraft could be flown by a single pilot. He said that additional wind tunnel testing was required to confirm the effectiveness of certain high-lift devices, and more detailed work was needed to define the FX engines and avionics. Dr. Brown also foreshadowed the commonality issue by predicting that certain components and subsystems of the FX and the Navy's VFAX could be made interchangeable. He was less optimistic regarding the extent to which common airframe assemblies may be used for these two aircraft. See. By the spring of 1965, there was a general consensus in the Air Force and Navy that the TFX F-111 would not meet the needs of both services. It was thus hardly surprising that in October of 1965, the Air Force and Navy independently issued operational requirements for multi-mission fighter aircraft. There we go. So here's where we got the differences. Anticipating that OSD might impose a new commonality requirement on them, the services agreed to disagree from the onset. In December, they established a joint working group of senior officers. That sounds stupid. To weigh the merits of the commonality philosophy and the development of the next fighter. The effort did little more than stiffen service resistance to the commonality push. General McConnell put the issue succinctly when he stated, "I don't mind the fact that OSD is the decision maker, but I do mind them telling the services how to prepare their proposals." To head off OSD, the chief established an Air Force FX study and analysis group under General Kent. OSD, however, refused to tolerate this kind of intransigence, and in May of 1966, McNamara ordered a joint review of the commonality issue. Conducted over the next 8 months, the review confirmed that the needs of the Air Force and Navy could not be met by a single airframe. There we go. The two services argued that attempts to merge their requirements would produce, at exorbitant cost, a grotesque mutation with increased weight and reduced performance. Whereas the Air Force emphasized maneuverability performance through low wing loading, the Navy was more concerned with mission versatility, such as extended loiter time for fleet air defense. The services conceded it might be feasible to produce separate airframes optimized for each service and using essentially common propulsion and avionics subsystems, or to produce variations of a common airframe using common systems. But the potential savings of either alternative cannot be estimated accurately without further data. Another element of their proposal was for each service to ask their contractors to submit a service design and a variant for the other service. The differences that emerged during this joint study convinced some of the Air Force that, like it or not, they were in direct competition with the Navy for money to support development of a new fighter. General Ferguson, among others, sensed this challenge and urged ASD to step up its FX work. Although the joint position statement satisfied some people in the Air Force, it did not persuade General Disasway, who adamantly opposed a joint program with the Navy. In March 1968, he and General Ferguson warned that the Chief of Staff, the Navy was readying a double cross, that while the Air Force was engaged in playing at the commonality game, the Navy was pressing for approval of one or more new Navy fighters. "We think the time has come," they declared, "for the Air Force to state its position firmly with regard to joint aircraft." Let's see. More projects always underestimated. It could probably be more. Yeah, that was the initial estimate. So it probably did end up being more, because I vaguely remember in today's money the project ended up being something like $330 million per airframe initially, which was more than the F-35. Something in Sandbox News, in a recent video by Sandbox News. Boyd wanted the Air Force to basically adopt Soviet infantry tactics, human waves and F-5s until the enemy broke. An Air Force position emerges. Sensing that the Navy was about to promote its new aircraft as an air superiority fighter and convinced the Air Force could produce a better design, General Disasway decided the time had come to settle the controversy. And we got ads. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to get up, use the bathroom, and come back and see if I can grab myself some food. We'll be right back. Of course, this is what I come back to. Thank you, Cypher, for the 50 gifted subs. God damn. Hey, Captain Wolf Aviator, welcome aboard. How's it going? And thank you for the 5 months resub, Tribal. I appreciate it. Yeah. Let's go. Hot damn. Be a shame if someone... God damn. Yep, we are reading through the documentation on the F-15. I just grabbed me some dinner. And, yeah, we've just gotten past the part where John Boyd, the dumbass, was involved. Oh, yeah. The gates are open. Let's go. All right. Onwards. How's everybody doing so far? I'm just kind of, before I resume reading and delve back into just the spam of words, how's everybody doing? What's everybody up to? Bringing home supreme poutine? Oh, that sounds good. That sounds actually pretty good. Ooh. Oh. A very unusual dinner today. I've never tried this one before. It's like, I have potatoes that are like pressed into the bottom. They're like baked. And I'll press them down, basically kind of like hand mash them. And then I have like another like sort of stir fry mix that I put over the top of it. It's interesting. All right. Let's get back to the reading. Excuse me. More modded is Jack McCoy, former Spec Ops soldier, armed with an AR-15, plenty of bullets. Nice. All right. Sensing that, decided General D. Sisway had decided the time had come to settle the controversy within the Air Force between the multi-purpose and air superiority advocates. In February 1968, he issued TAC Required Operational Capability, an update of the 1965 QOR. The document cited 2 new threats in justifying its call for an air superiority fighter. First, the MiG-21, exploiting its ground control interception advantage, continued to trouble U.S. Air Force pilots in Vietnam. Secondly, the Soviets had displayed several new fighters at the July 1967 Moscow Air Show. And one of these, the Foxbat, was regarded as superior to existing and projected American counterparts, including the Representative FX described in the August 1967 CFP in speed, ceiling, and endurance. Yep. To counter this threat, TAC established several minimum acceptable requirements. 1, a short takeoff and landing capability over a 50-foot obstacle with a 4,000-pound load within 3,000 feet. 2, a 230 nautical mile radius of action on internal fuel and 2,600 nautical mile ferry range with external fuel. 3, speeds between Mach 1.1 on the deck and Mach 2.7 bursts at altitude. High energy maneuverability. And 5, a one pilot crew. Oh man. Okay, so apparently there are hype train emotes. There are hype train emotes at different tiers, different levels, different part of different hype trains that get to a different extent. We've gotten all the ones for level 8 hype trains. So there must be some next level that we have to get to receive more of the hype train emotes. Interesting. Let's see. TAC expressed no preference between fixed and swing wing designs or between turbofan and turbojet engines, provided the engine was smokeless. However, even as it attacked the multi-purpose advocates for having undermined all the air superiority effort, TAC wanted the FX to possess an all-weather capability and to be able to be looked down and shoot down. Moreover, the ROC specified that the FX had to be adaptable for ground support missions once air superiority was achieved. As noted earlier, the issue concerned means, not ends. Both headquarters, U.S. Air Force, and TAC wanted a new fighter, but the multi-purpose advocates believed it best to present the FX as a successor to the F-4. Whereas the air superiority proponents were equally convinced that only their approach could defeat the Navy's bid. At any rate, by early 1968, the air superiority advocates had gained the upper hand. A decisive factor favoring the air superiority school was that two fighter types, Generals Desassway and Holloway, occupied key positions at the same time and fought persistently for their viewpoint. However, the fear that the Navy would walk off with the prize unless the Air Force decided to speak with one voice united the factions. Hey, thank you for the follow, Night Powered. Welcome aboard. How's it going? In May of 1968, General McConnell explained the Air Force position to the Senate's Armed Services Committee. We had a very difficult time in satisfying all the people who had to be satisfied as to what the FX was going to be. In fact, we had a difficult time within the Air Force. There were a lot of people in the Air Force who wanted to make the FX into another F-4 type of aircraft. We finally decided, and I hope there is no one who still disagrees, that this aircraft is going to be an air superiority fighter. Yeah, that was Cypher. What's up? How's it going? We're reading through some declassified documentation on the origins of the F-15 fighter jet for the U.S. Reading through all of it, figuring out what happened, what really happened, what the record is. Let's go. All right. When asked if the FX might also be used for close air support, the Air Force Chief of Staff replied, "It would be over my dead body." Wow! For that quote to get used... For that quote to get used in a high-level conference between, like, government officials and the Senate. That is a power move. Are you going to use this thing for close air support? Over my dead body. Like, god damn. The worst they could say is no. Meanwhile, the Navy had undertaken to improve its fighters' energy maneuverability characteristics whenever the Air Force did so. Dissatisfied with the VFAX, its replacement for the F-111B model of the TFX, the Navy decided to cancel it and tacitly accept an unsolicited bid from Grumman Aircraft, a traditional Navy contractor, to develop a more competitive fighter. Designated the VFX, the Navy's proposed aircraft combined the previous multi-mission requirements, including air superiority, in two variant designs, the VFX-1 and the VFX-2. The Navy now argued that the VFX could not only match the FX performance, but was adaptable to both carrier and land-based operations. General Desassway continued to apply the leverage which TAC, PACAF, USAF, Tri-Commanders Forum afforded. General Holloway spoke out on the subject in a lengthy article, Air Superiority and Tactical Warfare. The VFX subsequently became the F-14 Tomcat. That's what I figured. Over my smoldering corpse will this be used for CAS. They did not predict the F-15E. Or the F-15X. Clearly, the Air Force's task was to counter Navy strategy by presenting an unqualified air superiority fighter, one uncompromised by secondary mission requirements. One compromise remained, however, namely the FX had to accommodate Sparrow missiles to shoot the high-flying, high-speed Soviet Foxbat. In May 1968, General McConnell assigned top priority to the FX program and designated 1 January 1969 as the target date for implementing contract definition. This meant strengthening the FX program office at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and providing all available manpower or other resources to get the job done. Further encouragement came from Dr. John Foster, who predicted that the FX would get OSD approval by September 1968. AFSC's Vice Commander, Lieutenant General Charles Terhune, stressed the importance of running an exemplary program to gain support for the FX when the next administration would take office in January 1969. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Reading about the F-15 makes me want to do a later jump into War Thunder, because I've realized that the F-15A is directly under the F-4E, and I only need to buy 2 more aircraft in the U.S. tech tree to begin researching the F-15E. And I have enough money on hand now to buy one. That's what happens when you get so good at sweeping the sky like Harry Potter on a broom. You start getting ideas and pull trick shots like bombing a moving helicopter. Yeah! Let's see, by the spring of 1968, DDR&E accepted that its commonality drive had petered out. Dr. Foster recommended, however, that the Air Force and the Navy conduct a joint development program, the one item both services had agreed upon. A joint engine development program. The Navy was interested in the engine because it would provide more thrust than the TF-30 engine intended for the TFX. In June, Assistant Secretary of the Air Force for R&D Alexander Flax told the AFSC to proceed with a unilateral program because he considered the commonality issue dead. To unify the effort, the Air Force made Brigadier General Roger K. Radarmer liaison for FX activities. He proceeded to select a staff of fighter pilots, including Colonels John... They made John Boyne a colonel by this point? Oh my God. Colonels John Boyd and Robert Titus and Major John Axley to help him sell the FX program. General Radarmer saw his task as twofold. Firstly, he had to achieve a unified position within the Air Force, specifically by resolving outstanding differences. This was no mean task, since TAC and ASD continued to clash over such basics as the FX's maximum speed, energy maneuverability, and structural loads. The second task was to steer the FX documentation through OSD and Congress. Why does it feel like somebody just went fine, but you're sharing an engine? No, because the Air Force and the Navy had agreed on that concept to begin with, it sounds like. Meanwhile, the Air Force on 11 August 1967 had solicited bids from 7 aerospace companies for a second round of studies. These point design studies sought to refine the FX concept in 4 areas: validating the aircraft's performance in wind tunnel tests, matching propulsion requirements against performance, and examining the preferred avionics and armament systems, and studying the effects of cruise size. In short, the effort was to establish a technical base for the FX proposal. On 1 December, the Air Force awarded study contracts to General Dynamics and McDonnell Douglas, while Fairchild Hiller, Grumman, Lockheed, and North American undertook unfunded studies. All investigations were completed by June 1968, at which time a composite Air Force team assembled at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, Ohio, to scrub down the results and rewrite the concept formulation package. More than 100 people helped in the scrub-down effort headed by Colonel Robert P. Daly. The basic airframe issues were resolved within reasonable time, and the avionics caused considerable disagreement. A major issue in the avionics controversy concerned the FX fire control system. Specifically, the multi-purpose advocates tried to retain such items as terrain-following radar and blind bombing capability. They argued that advances in radar antennas and computers would permit inclusion of these features, but overlooked both the costs and risks involved. The scrub down was only partially successful since many high-risk, high-cost items remained. Although differences remained, the point design studies and scrub down proved fruitful. In August 1968, the Air Staff issued a supplement to the CFP that not only updated the official formulation, the original formulation document, but also recommended some fundamental changes. For example, there no longer remained any ambivalence over the Air Force's air superiority doctrine. Thus, the CFP supplement stated, "It is sometimes held that the Air Force and the air combat of the future will assume an entirely different complexion than that of the past. The Air Force does not share that contention. To the contrary, tactical applications of air superiorities will remain essentially the same for the foreseeable future." I'm not sure what that means. It is further noted that the war in Southeast Asia had taught the Air Force that smaller-sized aircraft could better escape radar and visual detection. Thus, the supplement specified a one-man crew for the FX, but retained a two-man trainer version. The wing platform remained open, although the representative FX prescribed a swing wing rather than fixed wing design. The major subsystems, engine, radar, and gun would be selected on a competitive fly-off basis. While the Air Force did not resolve some of the difficult issues, it decided to stress the air superiority aspects of the FX and relegated to a secondary or bonus status the air-to-ground capabilities. FX costs in the August 1968 CFP supplement were presented on a different basis than they had been in the previous year. In 1967, for example, cost estimates were predicted on a 10-year, 1,000 aircraft buy, whereas the 1968 estimates, good lord, considered a 635 aircraft production run. Let's see. On 15 August, General McConnell approved the Air Force source selection plans and the Joint Air Force-Navy Engine Development Program. Secretary Brown's endorsement came the next month. The final task in the concept formulation phase was to write an FX development concept paper, or DCP, prepared by DDR&E's staff with Air Force assistance. DCP described the FX as a single-place, twin-engine aircraft featuring excellent pilot visibility, with internal fuel size for 200 nautical mile design mission, and a balanced combination of standoff missiles and close-in gun target kill potential. The one-man crew validated during the point design studies was predicated on the ability of a single pilot to perform nearly all missions assigned. The penalties for adding a second crewman, which included 5,000 to 6,000 pounds of extra weight at a cost of $500,000 per aircraft, were considered unacceptable. The twin-engine design was selected because it featured faster throttling response, commonality with the F-14, and earlier availability. Okay. Called for a 260-mile nautical mile mission radius, including 200 nautical mile cruise out and back, and a 60 nautical mile low-altitude terminal dash with between 2.5 and 3 minutes of maximum power combat time. This capability replaced TAC's original requirement for a 100 nautical mile dash for 5 minutes combat time. Still, the internal fuel load plus the external tanks going out provided the FX with an 800 to 850 nautical mile radius of action, and compared to the 450 nautical miles for the F-4. Operational experience in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam influenced this decision by showing that the amount of internal fuel determined fighter performance and combat time over enemy territory. Classified. The F-14, basically the world's first microprocessor, classified for nearly 30 years? Damn. Declassified slice tracks in the F-15 video title later? Maybe. We'll see. Let's see. Let me see. What was it? In terms of speed, there was some compromise away from TAC's original requirements. The sea level maximum speed was set at Mach 1.2 to provide a continued U.S. advantage over Soviet fighters in that region, although relaxing the requirement to Mach 0.9 could have saved 2,000 pounds in weight. Similarly, TAC settled for a maximum speed of Mach 2.5 with bursts of Mach 2.5. As against its original Mach 2.7 requirement that would have added 3,000 pounds to the FX weight and reduced its dash radius to 300 to 30 nautical miles. The development concept paper failed to point out that to try to retrieve Mach 2.7 would have greatly increased the cost of the FX because of the added titanium metal content. Oh, okay. I love how they're providing reasons for the reductions in numbers as we go through the report, and they just got it out of the way that Boyd just you know, assumed that these would be the best numbers without providing any rationale. The most ambiguous features, however, involve the FX radar and avionics packages, which were lumped together as flexible versus specialized counter-air capability. Accordingly, such items as the auxiliary power unit, soft field landing gear, tailhook, drag chute, autopilot, self-sealing or foam, fuel tanks, armor, and bulletproof glass were justified on the basis of their survivability features. This equipment increased the aircraft's load factor from 6.5 G at 60% fuel to 7.33 G at 80% fuel, and gross weight from 30 to 35,000 pounds to 40,000 pounds, but was justified as necessary for the early detection of the enemy. Oh God. Oh God. Crumb's gonna make me an F-15. Feather Duster and Have Donut, two tactical fighter flight tests conducted in 1968, showed that early detection of enemy aircraft was essential to permit a pilot to get into position for a first and usually lethal shot. Yes, because that's the fatal flaw of the Fighter Mafia program. You have a radar. They didn't like radar because they thought radar was excess weight, completely failing to recognize the fact that radar gave you the decision-making capability to make your fighter not fucking useless. I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent here. I'm sharing in the anger. It sounds a bit like they're going through and saying these were deemed necessary as if to spike the people that want to do the bullshit stripped-down version, otherwise known as yes. Let's see. Thus, the choice was between a smaller, lighter aircraft that would be difficult for the enemy to detect and a larger aircraft like the FX that can more easily detect an enemy aircraft. Although selecting the latter, the Air Force left open a final trade-off until sometime during the contract definition phase. Have or blue? Yeah. Exactly. Cost estimates changed again because of a revised aircraft buy. The Air Force's future tactical force had been restructured to 29 wings, including 9 F-4s, 5 FXs, 7 F-111s, and 4 A-7s, and later 4 AX, later A-10 wings. Okay. This plan required only 520 aircraft. Let's see. Prototyping rejected. The final issue in the FX DCP was whether to pursue the contract definition of prototyping for aircraft requirement. Dr. Foster, who had succeeded Brown as DDR&E, supported the Air Force's request to begin a contract definition immediately, whereas Dr. Enthoven favored a 9-month postponement to permit study of a smaller, lighter-weight fighter that would be based on the competitive prototype approach. The Air Force argued it could afford neither the delay nor the estimated $600,000 cost of prototyping. Moreover, the Air Force indicated the aerodynamic and avionics risks were not great enough to require building a prototype. Actually, the Air Force position on this issue had grown out of a sense of urgency because of the challenge from the Navy's VFX and the inauguration of a new president who would make the usual changes in OSD's civilian leadership. The Air Force, therefore, found it expedient to keynote urgency over ideal procurement. So the F-15 was rushed into production, or rushed into contracting and production, so they wouldn't have to worry about the Navy stealing their thunder. If I had $100 for all of the near mistakes that have been made in this single development process, I could have had my new model done when I started streaming. All right. Let's see. Let's see. To which they still did as the competition. Which they still did as the competition in Iran proved the F-14 was better. I'm never forgiving the Chair Force for making his ass a colonel. Neither am I. The plane made me want to join the Air Force. The story behind it makes me not regret not doing it. God damn. Let's see. The FX airframe would be purchased via the total package procurement concept, but higher risk subsystems would undergo competitive prototyping. Both those who favor total package and the prototype advocates believe that their particular approach would prove faster in the long run. Two other alternatives to improve the F-4 and develop the Navy's VFX F-14 for the Air Force were dismissed because of cost and mission incompatibility. On 24 September 1968, Deputy Secretary of Defense Paul H. Nietzsche, oh wow, or Nietzsche, the approved contract definition of the FX. These efforts demonstrated that although differences remained within the Air Force, outwardly it could present a unified stand. The Air Force had won approval to develop a new fighter, the FX becoming the F-15, marshaled its resources toward that goal, and established a central office in Washington to deal with whatever problems arose. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can... No, not this one. Wrong window. It's not showing me anything. God damn it. I was going to try and fast forward to wherever I see Boyd, and we're just going to read off the parts that where we can say, fuck this guy. A lot of this appears to be logistics. I'm going to go ahead and skip to the FXX program. Oh, hey, look at this. Oh, wow. F-15 milestones. Here's like the entire planned timeline for the F-15. They wanted to get the first aircraft attack in November of 74, which, if I'm not mistaken, that is exactly what they did. First flight, July of 1972. F-15, first flew in July in 1972. This aircraft was actually done on time. That's impressive. What happened to this? Where did this go? Let me see. Now, let me see if I can find the FXX program. It's on like 77 or so. Oh, wait. Oh, whoa, diagrams. I saw pictures. Oh, these are all the contractors. Under budget? Unlikely. Entire Air Force looking at Boyd now? For real. So they expected all of their weapons to be mounted on the engine rails for McDonnell Douglas. Interesting. They expected all of their missiles to be mounted on the engine mount rails, not under the wings. Fairchild. What is this GE? Is this General Electric versus Pratt and Whitney? What the hell is this ugly looking thing? I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what this is, and I don't like it. And then North Americans looks kind of cool, but it also looks kind of weird. Fairchild's looks like a bastardized SR-71 and F5. It does. North American looks like they took the A5 Vigilante. Oh, they wanted to store those missiles internally. Huh. I don't know shit about engineering, but some of those diagrams hurt me. Facepalm intensifies. It looks Russian. It does look like it borrows the blended wing body concept. This one was ugly as balls. Kind of looks like a mini non-sweep wing B1. Kind of, yeah. Oh, here's something. Air Force weathers congressional scrutiny. Before and after the award of the contract to McDonnell Douglas, the F-15 competition was the target of considerable scrutiny from Congress and the media. One of the thorniest issues concerned disclosure of the Air Force's source selection criteria. In July 1969, John R. Blandford, chief counsel for the House Armed Services Committee, asked the Air Force to reveal this information. Assistant Air Force Secretary Philip N. Whitaker opposed meeting the request because he argued it would set an extremely bad precedent. He wanted a reprieve until after the contract award by explaining to the committee that the release of the criteria would compromise business confidentiality. Even when the competition was completed, Secretary Whitaker parceled out only selective bits of information to Congress. In a 22 November article in the Armed Forces Journal, writer Bruce Kosseboom charged that the Air Force had illegally withheld disclosure of the F-15 source selection weighting factors from the contractors. Representative Otis Pike is a frequent critic of defense spending, brought the case to the House floor in 1969, charging the Air Force with violating some section of the U.S. Code. When Chairman Rivers asked the Air Force to respond, Secretary Siemens labeled Kosseboom's charges mistaken because they were based on an obsolete Air Corps Act of 1926. Reviewing the Act's legislative history, the Secretary noted the Air Force could furnish the weighting factors, but that in such an action was in no sense mandatory. He also reminded his critics that the selection criteria had been established on 2 June 1969, before the contractors had submitted their proposals. Though further explaining the source selection process, he did not divulge the requested criteria. The Air Force position on this case was later vindicated through a GAO investigation that found itself in full agreement with the Air Force on the interpretation of the 1926 Act. Throughout the F-15's contract award countdown, the Air Force's policy of gingerly sidestepping a torrent of political pressure and influence peddling avoided the usual charges of favoritism that follow a weapons system contest. In fact, Fairchild Hiller's president, Edward C. Uhl, endorsed the Air Force's handling of the F-14 competition as having been conducted in a most professional manner and fairly run. A second controversial issue that threatened to delay the F-15's development concerned alleged discriminatory employment practices in McDonnell at St. Louis plant. A major flap arose today, began under Secretary of the Air Force John L. McLucas in a 21 January 1970 memorandum explaining why the Air Force had failed to obtain the McDonnell Douglas compliance with the minority employment laws before the contract award. Caused by the inadvertent use of an obsolete checklist that omitted the requirement, this procedural error could have revoked the F-15 contract. Wow! The F-15 almost got canceled by equal opportunity employment. That is not a curveball I saw coming. But damn, the fucking cost of having the wrong checklist, Jesus. That better have been an accident. The incident came at a time when McDonnell's employment record was under intense public attack. Local militants and the prestigious U.S. Commission on Civil Rights charged that, although blacks accounted for half the St. Louis population, only about 8% of McDonnell's workforce was black. They also cited as inadequate the company's equal opportunity employment plan filed with the Defense of Labor's St. Louis office in December. With the expected involvement of Senator Edward McKennedy lending an added political voice, OSD officials scrambled to solve the problem. May want to look at the staff in charge at the time and wonder about that checklist being an accidental error. Honestly, considering the year we're talking about, I don't think it was an accident. And yikes. That is a whole can of worms. No, Crumb. This is, the Fighter Mafia was a group of people that we talked about separately. This is a different group of people. Yeah, we're not touching that conversation with a barge pole at all. I might write that down in the video that, I might write that down in the video. Be like, accidental misplacement. Because that's an interesting thing to realize. Third rail? What do you mean third rail? How about the harpoon? Jesus. Alrighty. Secretary Laird sent his assistant for Manpower and Reserve Affairs, Roger T. Kelly, to iron out the matter personally with McDonnell, and Dr. Siemens interrupted a conference he was attending in Puerto Rico to meet contractor officials in St. Louis. One of those third rail... What is a third rail topic? Just so I know what I'm dealing with. Interrupted a conference to meet officials in St. Louis. The Air Force bluntly told McDonnell to draft an acceptable Oh, wow. The Air Force bluntly told McDonnell to draft an acceptable equal employment plan or risk losing its F-15 contract as well as all other government programs. Responding to his pressure and bad publicity, McDonnell negotiated a new plan. Announced on 11 February 1970, the plan's key features included a provision to raise minority hiring and upgrading levels to 15.8% during 1970, establish a $1 million training program, and expand open housing. The Air Force's decisiveness and quick action thus averted a potentially damaging blow to the F-15 program. Third rail in a subway. It's high power electrified and will kill you if you touch it. Gotcha. I might not include that in the video, but it'll be something I keep in the back of my mind to talk about on stream with other people if I ever meet with other people I might ever meet. Also, hey, JT134, how's it going? Yes, we are going through and we are looking at the F-15, this origin story, its development history, and roasting the Fighter Mafia at every given opportunity. Really are a flight jockey, aren't you? Yeah. All right, so let's see. I want to kind of skip... Oh, hold it, please. Give me... Fuck, I skipped past it. There we go. Yes, no, maybe. Where to go? Why did it skip so far up? What the hell? All right. Nice. Travel in a starship bristling with missile launchers? I'd rather travel in a starship with missile launchers, guns, and a fighter wing. Your stream is kind of a good combo. Let's go. That's sexy. Yeah, this is a sexy beast. That's why I love this thing. Oh, this is cool. Hold up. This is the entire cutaway of the F-15. Air refueling, flight control radar, 20mm cannon, ammo container, somewhere in the middle. Fuselage fuel tank, speed brake. Airframe mounted accessory drive. Wing fuel tanks, trailing edge flaps, ailerons. That cannon doesn't have... yeah, they traded... I don't know the details of the... I don't know the details of that... I don't know the details of that contract. Behold the thrust shaft in all its glory, yeah. Hey, Carbon Fox, what's up? F-15s weren't made for export? I think Canada had competed. I think there was a, I know you have CF-18s, but the F-15 was at least entered into the contract was a competitor that Canada had an option for. I don't know the factors that made the decision, and that's not my prerogative to cover right now. Let's see. Now, where the hell is the FXX program? I need more roasting of the fucking fighter mafia. Where is it? It's on page 77, right? F-15, y'all need wings to fly? Oh, here's something. F-15 versus Foxback and the 14. In urging development of the F-15, the Air Force was pressed to explain the aircraft's alleged inferiority to the Soviet Foxbat. Basically, industry sources claimed the F-15 could not defeat the high-speed, high-altitude Foxbat and urged scrapping the F-15 program. God damn, more bureaucratic bullshit. General Road Armor's team, however, was convinced Congress that in terms of maneuverability, the F-15 was superior to any existing or projected Soviet aircraft. They noted its superior maneuverability in air combat, emphasizing the F-15's decided edge in such key dogfight factors such as wing loading and thrust-to-weight ratio. Do I sound like I'm drowning? I might be getting a little close to my mic. Oh, there's also a possibility. Oh, it's also possible that it's possible. You might be thinking of my Tourette's. I just make random sounds periodically. Don't worry about it. I'm not dying, I promise. But yes. Oh, shit. I've also been talking quite a bit for a while, so, you know, voice is getting on me. Wait, I didn't know that Canada used CF5s. I didn't know that Canada used F5s. When was that? Why is that not in the Google search result of aircraft used by Canada? The hell? Getting an F5 model precisely because we used to operate them? Okay, what the hell? This is cool. Why did I not know about this? War Thunder, Canadian F5 when? All right. Criticism of the F-15 prompted the Air Force to look at other aircraft. It established a joint flight test program with NASA to experiment with the YF-12, high-speed, high-altitude fighter developed by Lockheed. The Air Force also funded Mr. Johnson to study an advanced tactical fighter combining the speed advantages of the YF-12 and the F-15's superior maneuverability. Eventually, the Air Force concluded the cost of developing such an aircraft would be prohibitive, and the F-15's maneuverability, radar, and shoot-up Sparrow missiles could defeat the Foxbat. Describing the Foxbat as a technological threat only, the Air Force remained convinced of the F-15's ability to outfly, outfight, and outfox the rest. Behold and fear my ADHD watching Cap Live while watching an old VOD of Cinder playing mental health singer while packing. I am the god of ADHD. Yep, there's the F-15A. All right, this is there now. Where is the FXX document? We're an FXX appendix. Did I miss this? Hold the phone. Going back to the table of contents. Where was this? XX was on page 64. Oh, I was literally right at the end of it. Skip past it. I did know about the CF-104. Here it is. All right, everybody, grab your alcohol. We're going to talk about Pierre Spray. The Voodoos and the CF-100 Canucks. All right, buckle up. One proposed alternative to the F-15, dubbed the FXX, was the brainchild of PRM Spray of systems analysis. He believed that the ASD engineers, responding to tax-absorbent requirements, paying little heed to cost, had produced a design that was too expensive, incorporated high-risk technology, and was unnecessarily complex, and would not achieve its advertised air superiority performance. Getting the Everclear? Yeah. Going to burn out your ears after this one. Spray's alternative is a 25,000-pound single-seat, one-engine fighter with a high thrust-to-weight ratio and an estimated 25% more range than the FX. Fucking how? FXX was specifically designed for combat in the subsonic transonic region, employing a fixed-wing platform with 60 pounds per square foot wing loading. Could carry a light internal gun and 2 Sidewinder missiles. Found my throwing knives. Good. Oh, don't throw them at your screen, please. Grabbing gin, yeah. Let's see. Spray's FXX proposal shunned complex avionics, featuring instead a simple visual radar, easy and inexpensive maintenance, and a unit cost of only $2 million, which is the same cost that the F8, F-15 was supposed to have. This can't go poorly. Spay favored prototype development similar to Clarence L. Kelly Johnson's Skunkworks approach in building the SR-71. The alternative was also included as a VFXX substitute for the Navy's F-14. Oh my god. Only $2 million in then money. Yeah. It's like $27 million today. All right. Here we go. Let's finish this off. Sully Kelly's good name with the space shit. I know. Apparently, Spade decided to take notes from him, but I don't think he was intelligent enough to figure out how. However, you know what's funny though is I'm on some of the other websites I was looking. Hey, thank you for the follow, JT. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. According to some of the other sources I was looking at. Boyd was claiming credit for coming up with the FXX concept. Or at least Boyd was given credit. Here it says it was pure Spray. So it looks like the log is just one of those cases of Spray robbing credit from even his own fucking teammates to make himself look pretty. Fucking moron. The Air Force and Navy... Okay, I love this. Already, I love this first sentence. The Air Force and Navy were not impressed. They rejected the proposed lightweight fighter because it lacked range for missions deep in enemy territory and could not carry the requisite avionics for countering enemy defenses. The services cited the short, unhappy experience of the F-104 as an example of the inadequacy of lightweight fighters. After enemy SAMs downed 2 F-104s on an escort mission over North Vietnam in 1966, the Air Force hastily withdrew the aircraft from further combat. Which is interesting because some of those served as an exit escort for Operation Bolo in 67. Let's see. Finally, the services argued that only the F-15 and F-14 could counter the high-speed, high-altitude Foxbat. Spray stole credit for everything Laserpig touched at that in an older video. He did. I watched that. But I do want to do my own research on that and really just kind of make something that is much more informational. And is a very info-packed video. Because from what I've seen, I agree with what he was talking about. But I would like if I'm going to make a video about it, I would like there to be a lot of information, to be high info value, is the way I'm going to say it. But I have watched that video, yes. I know what you're talking about. See, but Spray was not alone in advocating a lightweight fighter. Indeed, many veteran Air Force fighter pilots. To be my own, I would like to be able to articulate my take and not have to rely on somebody else to say it for me. So I guess, yeah, that's effectively the same thing. Laserpig is great at breaking down systems and dispelling bullshit. Cap is excellent at breaking down the science and the math. There we go. Let's see. But Sprague was not alone in advocating for a lightweight fighter. Indeed, many veteran Air Force pilots facetiously recommended the best solution to the air superiority problem was to buy MiG-21s. Simulations and flight tests during wait, full stop, hold up, roll that back. Many veteran Air Force fighter pilots sarcastically recommended that the best solution to the air superiority problem was to buy Soviet fighters. Simulation and flight tests during 1968. Buy MiGs, they what in their cup? Exactly, that's what I'm saying. This bullshit is on an entire different level of fucking what do you mean? Jesus. Indeed, all right. Simulations and flight tests during the 1968 Feather Duster and Have Donut demonstrated the superior maneuverability of lightweight fighters. Several members of the air staff, aided by dissident Navy flyers, designed a lightweight fighter alternative to the F-15. That's a whole different level of world of psych right now. Yeah. That's exactly what that is. Let me see. What was my brain? Where was my brain? I just died. Brain.exe has stopped. Several members of the air staff, aided by dissident Navy flyers, designed a lightweight fighter alternative to the F-15, and in August 1969 submitted their proposal to General Ryan. Suppressing the proposal, F-15 advocates used the episode to unify the Air Force position on the air superiority fighter. I mean, buy MiGs mean to study, sure, but for actual combat, I don't think the Soviets would go, sure thing, Americans, buy our crap. Cab's gamer sub flavor would be called MiG Buster, wouldn't it? Nah. Nah. Marine Corps would be looking over at the Flyboys pulling out the ceremonial saber, about to make it a very active use tool. About to give a whole new definition to saber rattling. As later events showed, Spray's FXX idea, though having considerable merit, was ill-timed. His criticism only united the Air Force and Navy against him because they were too far along in their advocacy to turn back to the drawing board. Neither wanted to relinquish the field to the other. Although by no means the last challenge to the F-15 and F-14 programs, it set the stage for their defense. A critical factor here was the OSD's inflexibility on the tactical Air Force structure. Because they could not shake OSD force size limits, both services preferred to develop aircraft that were as versatile as possible. Saber rattling is not when you shake a swords when the pilot of an F-86 panics. Behold the Marines' definition of the OODA loop. Observe, overreact, denial, apologies. U.S. Marine Corps, go on, say it with your whole chest. The F-15 design also came under fire from Dr. Richard L. Garwin, chairman of the President's Science Advisory Committee Aircraft Panel. Citing the numerical superiority of Soviet fights, Dr. Garwin criticized the abandonment of such promising innovations as the helmet-mounted sight and the trainable gun because he believed their absence placed the F-15 in an unfavorable exchange ratio against enemy aircraft. In replying for the ODST, Dr. Foster justified the F-15 design by restating the various elements that determine air superiority, including pilot skill, aircraft handling qualities, multiple aircraft and single aircraft tactics, fuel load, weapons, avionics, command and control equipment, and procedures. Similarly, he justified development of each Air Force and Navy aircraft, of separate Air Force and Navy aircraft because of the unique needs of each service. Oh. Just cackled like I belong and fucking hell, holding a goddamn pitchfork, you found your sport kilt? Oh no. Damn. Geneva screeching in the background. Marine Corps, write that down, write that down. All right. Well, you got an overly sexy Levi jeans ad, and now I'm concerned. Damn. All right. Well. Oh. All right. At this point, can we just get Canada, the Marine Corps, to have an annual hockey match against Russia? Russia's compliance with this is not voluntary or necessary. It's going to happen. Yes! Also, a tad off topic. Thank you for the info that my beloved F4S is a U.S. Marine Corps fighter. Hey. Let's go. Hey, Buckshot. I would love to watch that hockey game. Same! We would throw a U.S.-Canada friendship party like nobody's business. Nah. Nope. None of that. The Canada versus U.S. debate has been beaten with a dead horse enough. I don't want it here. We need to legally call it a hockey game because viciously beating people on ice doesn't sell tickets quite as easily, but it would sell them a lot faster, I'll tell you that much. Canadian Special Operations Regiment versus Marine Corps in a hockey would be the best thing to see. Let's pull back on. Let's not go there. Let's not do a deep dive into that subject. Wouldn't be a crayon in the entire province. Oh my god. All right. It wasn't because one of them would flank the broadcasting booth to where there wouldn't be any witnesses to what would happen. So, I'm going to go ahead and change gears for the night because now I really want to fly fighter jets and get some points in with the F4. Okay, so I did a little bit of testing with the F4 Phantom. And, hold on. And I was actually getting kills with the Sparrows at altitude. Where is it? 7 E2s. Chat. All right. So we're going to pivot to War Thunder. And if you guys have vehicles at 11-3, you are welcome to join me. Grabbing equivalent regiments from Canada. Branch versus branch hockey games too happen here in Canada. Oh, okay. That's cool. The 4C with Sparrows is respectable. The issue is the radar. Oh, I was going to do the 4E. Do I like coffee? No, actually, not really. Oh, yeah, by the way, the new update is out. Got room for an A10? We can, but I'm not down tiering. I'm sticking to the F4E, which is at 11-3. All right, that works for me. F4E grind. Oh, the A10C is 11C. Is 11-3? Oh, okay. Okay, okay, we say F4E grind is fun sarcastically, but I'm telling you right now, when I started playing this the other day, I did a little bit of practice with it, and I got 3 kills in my first match. All with Sparrows. All with Sparrows. The F4E is really good at altitude. if you don't get shot by a MiG-23 from very, very far away. Are you not responding to my controls? Hello? Oh my god, it's not letting me zoom in and out. It's gonna have to make me go to a match first. Fucking whack. Alright. Let me go ahead and, Alright. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into a creator studio. Type in !Q join to enter if you would like to join me for this. So that way I can make sure I have a track of everybody, and so we can start rotating people out if I need to. However, please note that I will not be moving from this battle rating. And Doomed Duke, if you're in the Discord... And if you're in the Discord, go ahead and jump into the ready room position. If you're in the Discord, go ahead and jump into ready room. There's finally a gap removal in the game. They added the York prototype between the VADs and the York itself. Yes, I saw that. Finally. A proper AA. All right. Duke has found it. Go ahead and Dart. Ace, are you in the Discord as well? Hey, Duke. Not yet? All right. Do you want to be in the Discord, or do you want to just sit and chat and play from there? Let me see real quick. I just got to check my... So unfortunately, I have to kill the music and change it because it's based on a different source. Unless you guys don't mind me playing without the sound coming through to the stream. Actually, no, I don't like that because... Hold up. All right, music's gonna die real quick here because I gotta reorient some shit. Unfortunately, I don't have my audio cabling issues fixed, so I can't move stuff around yet. I said pop out. What the hell are you doing? Come on, music, please. Thank you. Let me see. Fuck it, we'll use this one. No, not that one, actually. Try this one. Boom. The captain talking to his stream deck like it's a petulant child he is absolutely fucking done with. Yes. Alright. Dart, I saw you in queue as well. Go ahead and join Ready Room as well, and I can get you in. Duke, what is your handle?
It's just Doom Duke and War Thunder.
Right.
Yeah, Doom underscore Duke. Doom underscore Duke.
Boom.
Thank you. Yeah, it's either A10 or F4S. But since it's 11.3, probably gonna be F4S. Let's go out 10. A10.
There you go.
Sorry.
What is it? Commander Dart, the son of Mies, right? Here you are. All right. Hey there.
Hello.
Are we doing custom or real fights? We're doing real fights. Or what? Music's a tad loud. I'm gonna turn that down a bit. No, this. And, Metal Dragon, I see you in as well. I will get you in Oh, then you're out of queue? Alright, that's fine. Yeah, so Ace, when you get in the Discord, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. When you get in Discord, go ahead and jump and scroll all the way down in the Discord list and look for the voice chat that has a green check mark next to it that says Ready Room. Go ahead and jump in there and I'll bring you in. Let me see. Son of Meese. There you are. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and handle this. Aim and... Alright, hello. Alright, Ace, how's it going? Shit, my thing is way too big. Dude, I'm just now seeing your profile is like this giant, is like this meme version of solo leveling.
Yeah.
That's great.
I'm gonna back out of the voice call, but I'll be playing.
Okay.
I gotta take care of something.
Okay. Do what you gotta do. All right. Let's see. Ace, what is your handle?
Be electric_warrior.
Electric_warrior, no caps?
Yeah, caps in the beginning of each word.
Okay. Fucking type, goddamn. Wait, no, that's the wrong one. Shit. There we go. So we're going to be going in at 11-3. All right. Duke, whenever you're ready. Hey, Luke Hall. How's it going? Thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. How's it going? Why can't we do community battles? Because at the moment, I'm just not comfortable with doing them. What are we flying? We're going to be flying 11-3. We're going to be flying in 11-3. I'm going to be trying to get me some scraps with the Phantoms E2s. The dogfight sparrows. I want to get me some practice for a stream tomorrow. And just also get me some stuff in general because I want to see if I can get the F-15. Oh shit, Duke. There we go. Discord crashed. I got you back in.
Thanks.
Yep. Oh crap. Hold up. Shit. On the wrong damn window. Nope. Fuck. Gimme. Thank you. Good lord. Just click on the right window. Please. Is that too much to ask? Oh, it looks like we're in an up tier. This is gonna be fun. And that guy's stupid.
That's nothing new.
So we're up against Americans, Russians, French, and Swedes. Okay. Beware of gameplay after 12-7 because Fox 3s can get pretty brain dead. Yeah, I'm not really getting it to fly it. I'm mostly getting it for the video I'm going to be putting out this week. Which is going to be on the F-15. I'd mostly just need pictures of it and a flyable flight model. Alright, I'm going to pick up the speed of like 500 miles an hour, and then I'm going to go up to like 30,000 feet. I'm going to try to get above the cloud layer. Alright, going up. Great, there's a pulse Doppler radar on the other side. But we do have an F-4J over there, so somebody's flying around with, probably another F-4J. Maybe an F-4S. We're getting a different ping now whenever a pulse Doppler radar shows up.
Got one in front of us, 15 miles out.
I'm being tracked. Oh, I've been launched against. I'm going cold and coming around to the left side. F4E up high. Firing. Oh, somebody else is firing at me. Oh, god damn it. Alright, I'm gonna need some help bringing this guy in. Oh, damn it, I probably had an opportunity to fire there. Cannon if I wasn't so busy trying to use the missiles. Okay, nope, I need help. Where the hell is he? Mouse, fucking cooperate, please, Jesus. I should use my flaps. Those might help. Fuck off. That's horseshit. Where'd everybody go? Did we all die?
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Hey, thank you for the follow, Nightmare Foxy. I appreciate it. Welcome aboard. Tried jumping into help, was worried about locking you by accident. Yeah. Unfortunately, that map was also not good for me. I don't do well with cloudy weather. I like being able to see where people are, so I can point the radar cone in that direction. You can kind of spot the dot on the horizon. What's the agenda today? I'm trying to get me some more lions on the board, so I can grab the F-15 real quick. I'm just trying to figure out what plane. I just need to grab, honestly, I need lions. I need to grab some for the F-105, some for the F-5E, and I can real quick just start bringing out the Actually, oh shit. I'm probably not going to be able to use it for the video today, but for the video this week, but it'll be nice to have. I'll get to have an F-15. Just thinking about the speed in which I'll actually be able to get things done. Also, the Premium Hornet is the first good premium in a while. Okay.
And in the same map again. Hooray.
Yeah. Hopefully with less clouds, though. Nope. Fuck you. This cool skin, at the end of the day, I can't even use it, damn. Still not worth the GE, not worth the Golden Eagle price? You thought more clouds for you, apparently. This time I'm going to stay relatively low to the cloud deck, or in the cloud deck. EJ A10A. I'm try going in over the mountains here. Going left. Can we tell what battle rating we're at? This one might be a down tier. Hide inside the clouds. The radar can see the MiGs and they can't lock their IR missiles on you unless they have MiG-23s. They might.
From what I'm saying, they do have MiG-23s.
I'm gonna stay up in the clouds and just go high right. I'm gonna keep my missile, my radar peering. Appreciate it if my radar would actually lock onto somebody here. Seems like I can't lock onto people unless I fucking see them. Oh, he doesn't make 23. Oh, great, there's a MiG-23 underneath me. Somebody's launched on me. I'm gonna go up. Oh, there's an F-8E. That's probably what's locking me. Okay, I'm gonna need help here. I have a Crusader up my ass because he decided to pick me out.
Oh, we got the MiG-21 this. Help you out with that MiG-23.
Oh god, fuck off, you Crusader asshole.
Thanks, Electric.
Oh, let's go! Suck my nuts! Oh shit! F5C saw me. Fuck off. Keep the radar on search mode. The WVR on is terrible. Was that a maneuver kill on the F8? I think it was. The problem is I don't get points for that. You should get points for maneuver kills. It'd be great. A-10's leaving.
Back in my mind, I think it's a great brain.
Oh. Why was nobody rendering in for me? There's something like enemy HUD's disabled in spectator mode or something? Is that a new change?
Yep.
Really? What kind of bullshit decision is that? Oh my god. Jeez. Kinda new, that's definitely weird. Hacker prevention? The squadron mate, we have a group of 4 at the moment, but we do have a queue. If you want to join up, we can cycle you through. Wait, shit. Soviets, they tend to overheat by flight. All right, yeah, let's ready up.
Fucking I locked my A10 because I accidentally.
Trying to die faster.
Oh.
I've won a 4 time, I guess.
Shit, I didn't realize that electric was still in there. My bad.
That's it for me. Alright.
Yo, Cap, mind if I bring in my F4S for 1 so the A10 can recharge?
F-14 fuel C.
You mean you can, but I'm gonna get smoked because I have literally nothing at that battle rating.
Your choice.
What? All right. Yeah, go for it, Michi. There was a fucking thing a couple months ago where people were using the lightning pods in their F-16 to pick people off from like 7 o'clock or 70 kilometers away, so they cut the render distance severely. Oh shit. Michi, you gotta enter the queue. And Luca's got you beat. Oh, fuck me, and so many kinds of duck. That's an F-18!
Yeah, sorry about that, mate.
Hail Caesar.
Yeah. That is a max up tier? Yeah, I've noticed. I have noticed. And there are no fucking mountains anywhere to mask with terrain, and I don't have a pulse Doppler radar. This was a terrible decision. I should have just brought my F-14A Persian Tomcat.
Would have brought my premium F-18.
A lot of the Hornets thanks to deep pockets and smooth brains after the update, probably, but like, yeah. I'm gonna run off by myself and try not to die. I should have taken a bomb payload. That would have given me something to do. I could still turn around and do that, actually. I'm gonna do that. Because I actually came out here with an air-to-air payload like it was gonna fucking matter. Do I have to wait for my aircraft to like fully reload and repair before I can J out and pick a new armament load?
Yeah, usually arm, reload, refuel, and then like J out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Let's find a way to do something, dude. Well, the F-18 crashed.
Kill the Mirage. I hate the French.
We all do.
All right. What have I got for weapons here? Oh, we just got the 750 pounders. You know what? No missiles, no balls. Or fuck it. That figure of speech didn't go the way I wanted it to. Not damaged at all, you can J out early. Then I will keep that in mind for next time. There we go.
I hate the French.
Congratulations, you are now carrying about as much as a B-17. Yeah, and I'm all alone. There's one F-16 over here and a bunch of people over there. I'm gonna go this way. Although, to be honest, they're gonna fire off a... Alright. Oh, fuck me. We'll stop the raider already tracking me. Please leave me alone. I just want to go be useful. Oh, fuck you. At this altitude, really? Really? No more bomb targets, like, at all? How are all the bomb targets handled? Fucking bullshit. Ah, fuck it. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna play the F-8 Crusader for a round because fuck that noise. Yeah, let's not
Do that again.
Yeah. Too many people playing the F-18 for that to work out in any capacity. All right.
On the duck hunt.
Oh, wow, I've already got the Phantom back. That was fucking quick. What do you mean, U or E? Oh, yeah, that's right. We gotta bring in Lukol for a round. Let's see. Who was in first? It was Duke. Duke, do you mind rotating out for Lukol? Lukol, are you loaded and ready to go? Okay, I say that as a no. Yeah, I was just gonna pivot you. Okay, you are ready? All right. Okay. Then, all right. Then Sunamis is gonna boot. What's your handle? There you go. All right. All right. Ready up for 11-3 and let's go. I would accept that, but my friends list is maxed out. War Thunder apparently puts a cap on your friends list of 100 fucking people. Dumbest thing I've ever heard, but hey.
Indeed.
You know, if I really do hate myself, I should play the F-104J. Just don't think
But would I hate myself more? I mean, it's possible.
Magic missile. Magic missile.
Yeah, the missile with a man in it. I just want that one good down tier where I can just go up to 30,000 feet.
Alright, guess it's all chaff.
Wish I could go up to 30,000 feet and just... Oh, my God. Wait, hold up. Fuck. F4S. Yeah, we're in a full up tier. I'm staying low to the ground. God damn it. This radar is ass. I feel like I should, at this point, I should just take my Crusader, swap to 10-3. But I said I wanted to do the Phantom, so here we go.
Yeah, I probably were doing 10-3.
Yeah, honestly, I think we could rotate to 10-3 after this because I think it'll do it. And Luke, I'll look into it. I can look into it. Lock up? As in, like, point up and lock? Yeah, but I need to get, like, close enough to lock them, and I need my radar to see them in the first place. Let's see.
I had to guess I'm probably already getting launched on.
Yeah, I'm keep getting pulse Doppler alerts. Alright. If I try to aim at targets above me so you get a clean radar gets a clean shot before you're launching. Dick Bong terrorized San Francisco Street, goes on to terrorize South Pacific. Am I streaming later tomorrow morning? I am. I will be. I will be doing this and a punishment wheel with sparrows. Well, I might change that plan if, might change that plan to a punishment wheel with the Crusader if this goes poorly. That J-70 is fucking multipathing like nobody's business.
Oh, I swear to I swear to God, if this goes well, this will be hilarious.
Whom the fuck is locking me? Oh, nice. That's dead.
Oh, I'm out of fuel. Shit.
Who's what, what's where? I have no idea. Everything's fucking moving way too quick. I probably should not be charging off to fight a... Okay, you guys are with me? Let's clear this guy out of the sky. Oh my god. God damn it. Pilot, wake the fuck up. Die! Oh my god, that was a bad launch. Okay, he's down. Great, now there's an F4S on my right. So, Anime 23. Whole lot of jack fuck all this shit means. Oh my god. Right. God damn it. Oh, fuck that F-15. You just fired at me. I can see that shit. Die! Oh my god, I got one. Oh my god, the F-18 got me. Fucking course he did. He fixed on me from all the way out. Using the dogfight AIM-7s? Yes. Who's still alive? Never mind. Alright, I'm thinking of changing to 10-3. This could have gone better, yes. Which is why I am thinking of shifting. Or 10-3, 10-7. Up to 6-7? Nah, I want to fly jets. Let me see. Luke Hall, do you have a 10-3? Yeah, they dropped the Hornet already. It is... The minimum one is sitting at 12.3. The pack is sitting at 12.7. The A10, I did not. Update day, update week worst, which is why I'm staying away from the top tier. I think the Crusader might be a better pick. I thought it should work. Alrighty. Time to play ball. All right, let's rumble. We're gonna run in, we're gonna blow stuff up. Duke, are you going for bombing runs?
Yep.
Gotcha. All right. Could play the A1H, I could. But like I said, I want to play jets. And now Cap is kind of pulling a Sonic, gotta go fast. Yeah. Let's do what Crusaders can do. Let's climb. Gonna do a video about the Thud eventually. Don't know what the Air Force is thinking with this thing. Maybe. It's on the list, but I want to take a step away from Vietnam. I've just spent 2.5 months covering one plane that took part in that fight. There's a lot of other things to cover. Like the F2A. Like a couple of things. I was thinking more the lines of the F1, among others. 23,000 feet. I have A. More people over there. 2 on my right. All right, 30,000 feet. Turning in. Now, I'm willing to bet this guy is going to be a MiG-21, and the other one is going to be a Saab that's going to pitch up and come at me the minute I finish. Saab just went below the contrail deck. I feel like the answer to this is to go even higher. Nope, J-35A dove. Who's the other one? It was a MiG-21. Yep, that's what I thought. Interesting that both of them saw me and decided to leave.
Hey,
He's dead?
actually got a guy. Huh.
That is unfortunate.
See if that hits. Don't know if it will or won't.
I got French fighters over here.
Ooh, several targets without flares. Several. This is gonna be a tasty treat. God damn it.
I will make it to the bomber.
That motherfucker. Can't tell if I just dodged a missile or not. All right. There's an F-100 over there. J-35A. 3 missiles, still won't waste any of them.
I'm going down.
Oh no. Damn it! What the hell? How did I have all of that lead and still not hit him? What is the muzzle velocity on these guns, and why does it take so much damn lead? Oh no, there's a lightning. I'm gonna swing towards the lightning. You have worse aim than an Iraqi with one arm? I know, and I fucking hate it. For some reason, I can never get the ballistics right on those damn cannons. The Colt cannons on the F-8 notoriously bad? I don't know, maybe. Die! I'll take whatever I got off of him. Thank you! That's one. Is everybody down?
Yeah.
Alright. Unfortunately, the Colt cannons were also used on the F5, which makes me double shit at them. The Fate Crusader. Thoughts on YarnHub making a game using their art style? I'm looking at investing. I'm gonna be honest, I've never tried investing in anything before, but I think they could pull it off. I mean, they've got all their own stuff, why wouldn't they be able to? Yeah, so I feel like I'm tempted to try. I'm looking into it. Probably not going to be something major, though. Never tried investing in a video game studio before, so that's going to be interesting. Honestly, I don't do a whole lot of investments, period, because I like having a little more direct control over where my money goes. I also have a bad habit of not banking on anything that isn't already with me. God damn it. Just want to get out of Vietnam. Meanwhile, War Thunder putting Vietnam on rotation 3 times in a row. Yeah. All right, that's 2 F4Es. And a MiG-23M, because naturally we couldn't get that down tier. Actually, we probably did get it earlier, and it wouldn't let us. Hello, F4Es. Not me being a menace. No. But yes, I would like to have a radar that is actually meaningful, which is why I'm currently going for the F4J. Am I facing higher BR opponents? Yeah. Are my missiles usable? Yeah. Boom. Boop. I'm gonna try and reach the base before the F4s. Oh, good luck. I'm gonna go past the bases. And I'm just gonna come around and hit them.
I like it there too. Nice and calm.
What now?
I'm all the way in the back.
And you're just chilling.
Yep.
You're just chilling in the back of a pickup truck.
Effectively.
Drive directly down in the middle of the furball, serving as bait. I almost hit the mountain reading that. Yes, I did see that most recent video, Lost. Dragon, I'm in the middle of a fight. I am not in the middle. I'm not able to read a copy pasta. All right, time to dance. Let's play ball.
I think the German F-104.
Do you have missions?
Tornado.
Oh, you do.
See if that hits him. I'd love it if it did.
How can you visually see the Su-17 from this far?
How's this tornado fending off my missiles? I don't see him punching flares or anything. Oh, there they are. Oh, nice. I'll take that. Oh, well, I guess that works. Come around for this Su-17. No G outs. Chill. Oh, shice. Okay, that might work. This might work. Boom.
It's just a Crusader who's just having a good time jousting with the metal planet in the clouds.
What did he hit me with? Was that a radar guided missile? R-73? No, that's heat. Well, I got two of them. Who's left?
Yeah, I'm out.
Cross vectoring? Damn. Yeah, those Su-39s, no joke. Alright. Alrighty, let's try that again.
I just need to remember to bring more fuel in my F-104.
Good idea. All right. All right, last one. Michi, did you want a round? You didn't enter the queue. Highly, highly unadvisable to bring a starfighter. All right. Does somebody want to rotate out for Michi?
Yeah,
See
I can.
who's. All right. Give me a moment. Oh my God. Are you in a match? Try to get motherfucker. You told me that after I kick a dude from the squad. Swear to fuck. What the hell's... Join you on in the morning stream, or she's the dad because just got a surgery for blood vessels and vixen on the toe. Goddamn. All right, yeah. Then yeah, take care of your people, and I'll see you tomorrow. Let's go. Let's go ahead, run in, see what we can ruin the days of fuck up, etc., etc.
And I'm seeing F4s.
Seeing F4s, yeah. F4C. Oh, is that all? F4Cs are the biggest phantoms we're seeing. I think we'll be okay. What's the SMT rated at? MiG-21? What's that battle rating? Anybody know? So we got 10-7 in the 111A.
Which MiG is it?
The SMT. Night Fury. Jesus.
I think 3.
Ten 3, you said?
Yes, 10-3.
Okay. Then yeah, we should be about at battle rating. I think we're looking at a 10-0 to maybe 11-0 tops match. All right. Hit the 4C's radar with a burning passion. It's not great. And because it, honestly, I tried to grind the 4C for a while. The F4E was such a vindication, but I still don't use it all that much. I mean, especially considering some of the opponents I can face, as you saw before. And considering how many Americans you always go up against, you're more likely to get countered. Corsair do well in 11-3? Probably not. You're gonna get disrespected by a radar-guided missile. You have recovered slightly from the chemical attack on your mouth. I know you're exaggerating something, I just don't know what it is. Alright, contact front, another contact right, 2 contrails minimum, but I am way above them. Someone's looking me straight in the eyes. I'm willing to bet it's going to be a MiG-21. He's probably going to poke up, fire a radar-guided missile at me, and then walk away. No, it's another Crusader. We should look at that. That one's a Vigan. Oh, I don't like that.
I am completely dead.
I have
I'm
a
gonna
Vigan.
stay out. Never mind.
I know what your plan was. Ooh, I got that Crusader. Nice. I'm now in an aerial dance with a Vigan that I have lost track of. Oh, no. Lovely. I'm now in a fucking turning fight with a Vigan, which I know I will lose the fight to. I have to outlast him. It's his one weakness. Oh, thank God that F-4C who just smoked his ass on my behalf. Hey, Tanks 777, a very important question. What's blue and not heavy? Like, God damn it. You're welcome to stay anytime. I'm gonna flare that. All right, easy. Easy on the overload. Severe damage. Good. Now, there's a MiG-21 over here somewhere, and another F-5 downstairs. Alright. Alright, easy. Cool, he's gone. Who's left? 3 people. A night, a Samurai Sea, and a Viking walk into a bar. I died. Oh, hello. This poor guy's about to get slapped. Not gonna have missiles, though. Ooh! He just got exploded. I know. I have the A-10. The A-10A. Alright, where's that Vigan? There's another Vigan rolling around who just shot down one of our people. Where are the McNuts? Seen anyone with an F-18 yet? Oh yeah, we fought a few of them. I got killed by one of them earlier. It was me, the Vigan killed me. Alright. Okay, we ball. Yep, he's back in his runway. Of course he is. What is green as 4 legs and if it fell out of a tree would kill you? A green table? A pool table? There we go. Close. I was like, hold on a minute. Sticky and smells? A slide of poop, probably. Oh no, the J-35 is leaving. Call it 1 month till we get another document leak. Oh God, stop. I give it a few days. No, a stick on fire? Oh God. Poor guy, you gotta survive 1 minute. And I have missiles. Question is, does he see it coming or not?
Trying to track literally anything when I do not see it is...
Boom! Got him! Alright, that's 2 missiles. No idea. Now, where's the last dude? Okay, I'm the target. I'm the target of my own blind hunt. Shit. Legacy Hornets are not the spicier Hornets to stave off leaks? Yeah, it won't stop them. Now! Oh, thank God, would you look at that, a target. Oh, look, a volunteer. I know what your play is, and I don't care. Get him, Phantom. Oh, I heard those. You needed that, didn't you? Whatever it was you just lost, huh? Bait and switch. Ooh, smoked. And that's how you play. All right. Well, oh wait. Sweet, I got my objective. He's not dying fast enough. Hey, F4, can you hit him with a missile, please? Thank you. Let's go. Don't worry, Slice, nothing here. Nothing to see here. Sir, please accelerate your trip to the ground at once. Yes. All right. Let's go. I got the AV-8C. I forgot I was grinding that. I'm going to grab that and just set it up for later. Yes. So we'll worry about that another time. Trying to decide if you want to hop on for a few hours or not. Perhaps. All right. It's Michi's turn. Okay, get out of my sky, peasant. It hovers. It do hover. Oh, wait, shit. I just accidentally replaced it with the jet I was going to be using. Fuck. 9-7, anybody?
9-7 is like my primary, so...
Perfect. Oh, man, I'm gonna have to grind the 9Ls, aren't I? Damn. Let's get flares and shaft first. Saving my points for the wheel.
I'd recommend you go for the napalm, then you can start bombing bases quickly.
Boom.
I mean, that's what I usually do. I go for, like, guns first, and then flight performance things, because that only increases my repair costs, and if I'm gonna go out, I'm gonna go out with a bang, no? Good philosophy.
Alright. Let me get you in here. Where are you? What the hell is your handle? I forget.
Fuck, I just started a game. No, I'm a dumbass.
You fucking moron.
Yeah, please call me a moron, alright. Yeah, it gives me good time to prep for the next game.
Phrasing?
Oh, sweet, up tier. I love this.
It doesn't have stock missiles of some kind? Nah, it won't. It does get flares, though, which is the majority of what I'll fight. I think. But, yeah, this will be interesting. I gotta remember, what were my controls again for the, no, I know what they are. It's arrow keys I have for the thrust vectoring nozzle angle. Yay, time to figure out how these 30 millimeter cannons work, because I've never used them before. Let's go.
Oh my god, clouds.
Holy shit, this fucking acceleration. Damn! Oh, no, I just realized I do not have that. Please hold while I, option, no, controls, mechanization, thrust, vector, it's num 1 and 2? Oh, I said it's 1 and 2.
This man legit went into my DMs just to call me a moron.
What?
I won't name names, but you know who you are. Funny as fuck though, not gonna lie.
Alright, what was I just thinking? Right, I need to update my stream title because we're not doing F4Es anymore. I'm just thundering with chat at this point, like fuck. I love how I can just point the nose up and I just go where I want. Screw gravity, warp! Time to go to space! Space! Space!
Okay, well, there's one napalm down.
Yes.
Did it get shot off?
No, I accidentally dropped it.
Oh, pfft. How are you not catching up to me? Well, you are catching up to me slowly now. But I have a thrust-to-weight ratio that's greater than 1 at sea level. It just took you a while. Come back here? Nah. Boom, there you go. Now you're kicking with gas. I just realized I'm at 227 miles an hour. I should probably speed up over. Come here, boy. How much climb rate do you want? Yes.
No, the guys on the other side are effectively doing the exact same thing.
Going to 30,000 feet?
Yep.
Where are they? I don't see their contrails. Oh, there's one.
There's like 4 of them.
I only see one. Oh, no, never mind. I see 2. Clouds are in the way.
Mm-hmm. There's one off to like the far right too.
I think I'm looking at the one to the right. Or are you talking far, far right?
Yeah, far right, if I'm correct.
Alright, there's an F4C all the way up here. That I might actually have to be concerned about. Oh, fuck me. Somebody's launched a missile at me from somewhere. Oh god, it's the Phantom, isn't it? It is the Phantom. Nope. Come on. Give me that turn rate, boy. And more missile. Who the fuck else is trying to shoot me? I feel like I should be staying at low altitude rather than going up to altitude against these guys. Like, damn, I don't have chaff. Damn. Oh my god. $112 rounds?
Like I said earlier, goddamn, you have worse aim than an Iraqi with 1 arm.
Yeah, I know. Ugh. I wish I had a missile so I could catch this bitch. Fuck me, I'm gonna go pound some ground. This is stupid. Or stick to lower altitudes. God forbid you get stuck in a subsonic airframe. Now I know why they aim.
Go inside the for the area.
And the course, and the Phantom's coming back. Fuck this dude. I'm getting beneath him. I know he can't fire a missile at me from behind. Go fight the fucking Harriers. Fuck off! Where did it even come from? I literally hear something, turn around, and I'm like, shit. Well, that went fucking swell. Who's still alive? You guys. I got outlived by the Starfighter. That's saying something. And the fact that the Starfighter, the Crusader's having trouble. Oh. All right. Who's left? That's all of us. Let us assert his dominance. The only thing I'm asserting is his missile up my ass. Jesus. Oh, that was painful. What is this spotter desert camo? There you are. You forgetting you have that long ass unknown looking name. All right, you got an invite.
I made that a while ago. Let's see the username. Unknown.
Alrighty, I'm gonna head off here now. I got a obligation to play ground now with some friends.
All right. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks. See ya.
All right. So let's see. Who else was in? Church. I saw you earlier. Did you want in? Remove from squad because he's gonna be doing his own thing. All right. Just waiting for your cooldown end. All right. Let's see. Church, you there? I'm just gonna go straight for ground targets.
Hey, Cap.
Yeah.
You know if the squadron that you're in is a creator, like a creator only?
It's not creator only, but we'd like to spend some time getting to know people before we let them in.
Fair enough.
All right. Now. Now.
Let's go, level 69. Almost 65.
Nice. I was booted. Oh shit, did I boot the wrong person? Wait a minute, who was... Shit, hold the phone. Oh, Sleazius was in... Oh, wait. Wait. Duke, you're still in the squad, right?
Yep.
What the fuck? Who did I... Yeah, Ace, I... Shit, was he in chat and not in squad this whole time? My brain was... Oh, fucking hell. I showed him my Spitfire, Ruger. Hey, Ruger, what's up? Alright. I'm gonna go slap ground targets. How bad was the cooldown on the F-104? Oh. 5 seconds. The turn rate was worse torture. True. True. Flying the Marine Corps jet, it's gonna be cursed. What do the cowling flaps do? Suck in more air to the turbine while it's stationary? Still bring it because it's because you're a masochist and it cooks sometimes. Fair enough, fair enough. Alright, let's cook. 9-7 cook. Please let us into a down tier for the love of God. How did we get... Oh, the 9-7 was the extent of what we were fighting in before. Fuck. Boom. Alright, it is time for people to die if I can load into this video game. So, kind of hard to dodge AIM-7Ds on something with no chaff. Yes, generally. You mean AIM-7Cs? Or AIM-7Ds on something with no flares? Have I ever seen fluorescent volcanic algae? I have agates? No, I have not. Do I need to turn around and smoke that A10?
I kind of want to.
I was right behind him when he did that. I was tempted very much. If I wasn't like nerd ass poor, I probably would have killed him.
It's a stone that looks relatively plain. Once you put it under UV light of a certain frequency, it flows green. Ooh. Like an interceptor or like a fighter. That was supposed to be a high-speed fighter because they thought that's what was going to dictate future engagements. The missiles were literally an afterthought. For fuck's sake, images in Discord, got it. Alright, engine overheated, I got it, chill, I'll take it off 100%, fuck off. I see you. Hurry up.
Oh, by the way, for the Harrier, I'd recommend you keep that on like around 90-ish%.
Yeah, I'm running at 93.
Yeah. 92 is kind of like where you want to push it.
Duke, did he shoot you with his gun on takeoff?
He was trying to.
Close.
Ah, gotcha. Well then, yeah. Get fucked, peasant.
Yeah, that's kind of what I get. I don't really care.
Damn. Alright. I'm gonna need to go after ground targets and just get some extra free points. You might want to be at higher speed to engage enemies. They're coming. Oh my god! I see a fucking X-ray of a goddamn canopy in my face!
Oh, I was under G'd. My entire wing off. Right.
No copulation in the skies, yes. You don't have your CO1 permit. Oh, shit.
We got 1 of 5 off of your,
Yep.
bag.
And an F5. Nope.
I'll take the F5.
Thank you.
Miss the head-on. Is taking back.
Yep. 2 F5s from the left and a J35 closing on me from direct. Direct front. I'm not going into a high fight with him. He's coming in behind you.
Yeah, I hit full murder on close distance, so
Oh shit, there's an F5 upstairs and he's probably looking at me. Nope. Oh, how? What did I lose? Oh, that's bullshit. Hi, Vina. Damn it. Oh, to hell with this. We're going back to 10-7. I'm taking an F5C or I'm just going back to the Crusader. I have better luck.
no, let's go and get back in the F1.
Give me back my Crusader. I'm gonna need missiles for that thing to be more effective. F5Cs are UFOs when they want to be. Yeah. It's annoying. If I can get enough points in that one, I can, if I can get enough points in that one from that one match, I can Golden Eagle my way to the Napalm and then actually start doing something with it. Oh, God. Good Lord. All right.
Everybody, no, not everybody. Alright, that's everybody ready.
All right.
They even really lose that many silver lions for gunning that guy down, too.
Who are we still waiting on? All right. Yeah, Luke, I'll make sure we're ready up, and we will go kicking some ass. Hell yeah. Boom, boom, boom. Fucking hell. Here we go. Now. Alrighty. Let's dance. Damn it, of course, now we're in the up tier that makes me wish I'd taken my F8. What is this game constantly borking us with the full up tiers? I hate this.
Bikers.
Because of what?
I think that's bikers.
What is that dude shooting at?
It's visions.
Is he trying to hit that F4? All right. All right, time to go for the sky. Don't mind me and my WS controls. I'm not fixing those.
I'll send a Zuni through your cockpit. Please change that keybind.
Nah. I'm not changing that keybind. Hey, Yeti, how's it going? I'm currently climbing to space in a Crusader.
I would like to warn you, new viewer. Slice over here uses thrust on W and S.
Supposedly,
like
from the context of that short, there are a lot of people who do that, and some people are like, "Wait, there's something wrong with that?"
Yeah, I saw the comments on that.
Yeah, for me, it's either all or nothing for my afterburner. Damn, your jet wash is actually shaking me. Alright. Level off at 30,000, and let's go find people to mess up. Man has no throttle discipline. He has a throttle, and that is it. Yeah, I have the whole throttle. I'm gonna use the whole throttle. How to start your F-18C grind? Oh, God.
I paid for the whole speedometer. I'm gonna use it.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got 2 guys on high that I can see.
Where is high? Oh, I see him. Direct nose.
Yeah, I got another. Oh, yeah, direct nose, and then another one. Contact, 50 degrees, right?
I don't know what they are, but I don't have radar-guided missiles. I'm turning away and doing a cold notch.
J37.
Lovely. Pair of J37. Fuck. I feel like we should just nope it.
They got big on me.
Oh, great.
Yeah, that's 100% on me. I am lowering out.
I think one of them's changed angle and they're about to come after me.
I don't like that. I'm getting constant ping.
Yeah. I think he's locked me.
Ooh, yeah, no, I saw that control.
Bullshit.
You overshoot, but
Fuck that. Fucking hate Viggins. I really do.
You're not gonna sub on me.
God, I wasn't allowed to get away with anything today. Oh yeah, he's back
there. I
there.
do not have enough flavors for all of these damn engagements.
Alright. How you doing, Duke?
Got a base, then got missiled.
Nice. Oh, and I just watched Luke Hall get fucking annihilated. Alright. I think that's gonna be it for me. This is not going well. Oh.
Yeah, probably better give it a few days.
Alright. Booga booga. Well then. Thank you everybody for joining me. I'm going to go ahead and find somebody for us to raid out to. And yes. I will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Daylight Time, actually. Well, yeah, we're gonna be doing that. Let me see. It looks like. Let's see who is alive. Who is alive? Who is alive? We could raid Ellie. Ellie is in the middle of Repo solo run. Okay. We're gonna raid Ellie En. Alright. She's currently playing Repo by herself, so make sure to go scare her. We will be live tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time for some more War Thunder, and I will see all of you guys then. Thank you, and good night.